Let's see here. So there's a couple of wooden benches in the area, and you discovered Renwick kind of sitting idly on one of these benches, just kind of staring out over this railing into this pit of sand. You know, it's just a massive sand pit, and it goes on for 200 or 300 feet on either side of this little wooden platform you guys find yourself on. You know, it's got a small wooden railing, wooden floors, wooden benches and things for sitting, and on either side, right and left, this massive sand pit kind of opens up, but it's about 300 feet on either. You're centralized, so 300 feet on either side of this kind of platform is just sand, and straight out across this sand pit, it's about 500 feet in distance or so. Straight across this room from you is another looks to be wooden area. It's kind of closed off with this wooden railing. There looks to be a few wooden benches and a wooden floor as well, and an archway on the opposite wall, essentially. So kind of in this area with this other wooden platform across the pit or whatever, there's an archway leading to question mark. So
I'm on mute. But like it looked like mirror, like it was like a symmetrical room.
correct.
Okay, thanks.
And I believe that we were all interrupted at one point or another, so no rest has been had.
Correct. I believe Logos has is the only member of the party who completed a long rest. So I guess while we're waiting for Logos to get in here, we'll just roll. Let's start in this recap. So let's get her done proper here. Last session began with the party exiting Logos's rope trick spell, refreshed after a short rest, and back to the long, dusty, dark corridor. Pressing forward in this dungeon, the party encounters another trap on their way, a few members getting a good zap on the way by. Soon, the party discovers a door with the symbol of an eye upon it. Symbol of an eye upon it near a dead end. With a truly heroic feat of strength, Gladiator kicks the door with such force that the stone door spiderwebs with cracks, and the iron locking mechanism itself dislodges from the door. Pushing the door open reveals a small dark hall that continues into the darkness. And then, in a true squirrel type of a moment, Renwick and Logos discover that the dead end is not a dead end at all, but an illusion, discovering an archway that led to a small hallway, and that small hall connected to another small hall, but the second was laden with treasure and riches galore. Clearly some sort of treasury. The party, after coming up on some magical trinkets, began filling their pockets and packs and bags of holding with as much coin as they could carry. PC's acting up. Deciding they were comfortable and safe within the treasury, Blade summons a magical hut for the party to catch some serious rest before pressing onward. And as the party slept, a beholder crept into the room, dissolving their hut with its anti-magic, and from there it attacks. Battle ensues, and after several rounds of combat and dozens of magic eye beams, the Sands of Justice find themselves victorious once again, but at the cost of a mostly battered and beaten party. Now, in serious need of rest and recovery, the party attempts once more to get in a long rest. Renwick takes first watch, and as Logos awakens for the second watch, he discovers Renwick to be missing. After a brief recon, he awakens the party, and they quickly track Renwick's footprints down a previously unexplored corridor, past a trap or two, and then a door, and finally down a stone spiral staircase. Eventually, coming upon Renwick, sitting idly and in a daze, overlooking a very well lit and sand filled arena. Some benches flank an archway upon the other side. It is here that Locris dispels a ghostly maiden from Renwick's person, who curses but falls into the floor, returning Renwick's consciousness to himself. Here, after the party searched a bit and tested what are apparently magic sands in this arena pit, this is where we are now.
Okay, so I threw in the snake and spikes came out. I think we need to look around the benches, see if there's a trigger or something that'll turn that shit off.
Well, it's not a bad idea. And Renwick will, I suppose, search around and see what he sees.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
15.
As you kind of comb this small wooden area, the floor is made of wood, the benches are made of wood, the railing is made of wood, but most of the rest of this building, as far as you could tell, seems to be made of stone. And the craftsmanship is not the greatest, but it seems to have stood the weathering of time. It is very, very old and likely of a long extinct type of tree. It is unlike any other kind of wood you've known in your travels. But aside from kind of being unique, there's nothing in particular around that would suggest there's a switch or any sort of murals or plaques or runes or anything.
Well, I'm not finding anything in particular, but I suppose if you were going to set a trap, then you'd probably put the button to turn the trap off on the other side of the room.
Yes, but if you needed to get to this side, well, if you needed to get over there, though, after a trap was set, you'd figure you'd have a backup.
Oh, that does seem
How
to be a fair
far
point.
across?
It looks to be about 500 feet.
Renwick will stand in the middle of the platform and, like the one we're standing on, and take out the Wand of Secrets and exhaust one of the charges.
It just kind of spins idly in your hand and then returns to it. It doesn't seem to give off any sort of a ping or anything.
He just shrugs back at the party. Says, I think we're going to have to go over the sands. I don't know that there's a trapdoor or anything that's going to get us around this.
Fitting for the sands of justice. Sorry, kind of going back. So after the beholder fight, we did we get a short rest between then and now? Because I was pretty battered, and I remember falling asleep at the end of that session, and I do not remember if I healed up at all, because I'm pretty low on HP.
I think they used you as a plank to get across a trap. I'm pretty sure you're dead. No, I'm just kidding. I would imagine everybody, with the exception of Renwick, managed to get a short rest in. Yeah.
Can I check out the archway, if nobody's done that yet? I don't think anyone has. I was also drawing the map, so I might have missed it.
Yeah, the archway on this side of the arena pit or the other side?
This side. I'm not touching that sand yet.
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
Ooh, nope. That's 8. Rolled super low.
As the transition from where the floor goes from like stone to wood is seamless, perfectly done and masterfully crafted. It is unlike any other kind of craftsmanship that you have seen. It's kind of fascinating, but aside from that, you don't see much. The archway is just a standard stone archway. You've seen one or two of these already in this temple.
Well, other than the fine craftsmanship, I can't see anything out of the ordinary with this archway. Um, hmm. Yeah, excuse me. And Locris, you said you threw like your snake down there, right? And just spikes and death.
Yep, put them down, and you had to avoid spikes or get poked.
Mhm.
Sean, before we move forward, I just want to say I'm going to pop a couple potions to bring myself back up since I didn't get that short rest.
Okay, yeah, for sure. You can take the time and drink them proper so you can just gain maximum benefits.
Blade is going to do the same.
All right, yeah, for sure. As you guys kind of chug some potions and patch your wounds, all I want to say, everybody, go ahead and give me perception checks. The lot of you, roll high.
I was about to say I have a 16 passive if that helps, but if I got to roll high, that's not going to help. And I did not roll high with an 11.
17?
19 for Blade.
Ooh. All right, Lucas, here's your chance.
Shine in, buddy. Come on.
Bogus has
It's gone.
lost the ability to speak.
It's the temple that's gotten to him.
All the horrors.
Hold on. I have advantage on perception check. Oh, that's plus 10. I forgot to put the plus 10, so I have a 27.
Yeah, that surpasses this DC for sure. As you kind of look around and your party's patching themselves up, some of them are inspecting the room, the sands and whatnot. You feel a cold breeze kind of creep up on you, which is weird because you're in this underground place. There really shouldn't be a breeze. And Logos, as you kind of look around, ever so briefly, you think that maybe, just maybe, you catch the silhouette of a person, two people, maybe three, all of them sitting on the bench, staring into this like sandy area, but it's a shimmer, and for just a second, it disappears from your sight. You swear you were not alone.
I saw that in the sand.
Sitting on the benches in this little area that you guys have kind of collectively been looking about.
Captain, I might be mistaken, but I don't think that we're alone. And Logus will point over to the benches.
Well, given that I've just had an encounter with a ghost that didn't exactly leave me feeling completely comfortable, I'm a bit hesitant. Any of you lot know how to talk to ghosts? Or see them, for that matter?
I just kind of know how to make him go away. Don't really talk to him too much, I guess.
Well, they don't appear malevolent as of right now.
Mm. But I can also let me, Sean. I'm gonna use my divine sense. So
Okay.
I
Hit
can,
me with the language of that real quick.
yeah. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Perfect.
I put it in the wrong chat. Here we go. So yeah, celestial feet undead within 60 feet, not behind total cover. Yeah, I don't know what the hallow spell is, but I can tell if they're affected by it. And if they're, it doesn't say specifically whether I know they're good or evil. It just says I can detect good and evil. So I guess I'll leave that up to you. It doesn't specifically say you can tell whether they're good or evil. It just says you detect them.
I will say that them being undead and within 60 feet, you can for sure sense, several presences in and around the area. They seem to be taking up some of the seating in this small little place, but though you do not, they are invisible to the naked eye, you do sense that they are there. There is about 5 other beings sitting, scattered about these 4 benches. Kind of you don't get a malevolent or good sense. He's kind of a neutral feel, but definitely undead.
Well, yeah, what Logus is seeing isn't a trick of the eye or any sort of illusion magic. That there's actually some undead with us here in this room. Since about like 4 or 5 of them just hanging out on the benches, like Logan said. But they don't seem hostile. I mean, I think we're good for now, but they are there for sure.
They're sitting on that bench, and Blade will kind of lean over and kind of wave over.
Is he near where I sensed one of the ghosts?
Blade, go ahead and give me a persuasion check with disadvantage to try to maybe interact with one of these beings.
Doesn't get much shittier than that. Or 12.
You don't seem to get a response.
I don't see them, but they don't seem interested.
All right.
So,
Oh, sorry.
uh,
You go ahead.
are they just? So we're right next to them, right? We can see them there.
Currently, no, I don't think so. Maybe Locris. I forget. I think he has a weird kind of vision ability, but currently these creatures are invisible.
Hold on, let me double check because I think my shield allows me to see invisible things. Because I have that shield that I just got.
It's the Lantern of Revealing that you have.
Oh, that's right. But we were just asleep. I would say I wouldn't have that up right now because we were just asleep and then we ran after you. So for the sake of not metagaming, I wouldn't have that up.
No, but I mean, if you saw ghosts, I think it's reasonable that your character would have just pulled out the lantern and lit it.
True. Well, DM, would you say I have oil left? Because I think we agreed that I had about 6 hours of oil when I first got the lantern, and I've like used turned it off and on since.
Yeah, I think we said something. You still got like an ounce of oil or something like that.
Okay, if that's the case, then I will flip on the lantern of revealing.
So as you kind of shine this light upon these benches, you guys see a few humanoid peoples. You see a human, an elf. Looks to be maybe this arachnid type of humanoid you guys are kind of unfamiliar with until you've guys experienced this temple, and even a dragonborn. And they all look to be sitting and looking out into the sands. And every once in a while, one of them gets really excited and like they throw their hands up and cheer or burst out clapping and like look like they're screaming out, but it's all completely silent. And they're all of these specters or ghosts seem to have their gaze affixed to this sand pit like arena.
Gladiator, would you like to try to speak to them now that we can see them proper?
I mean, I guess it's worth a shot. Don't know how well it'll work, but what else are we gonna do? And I'll walk up to the Dragonborn and kind of like kneel in front of him. Um, uh, maybe just grab my amulets of Palor and I don't know, I guess look at him, try and get like in his like line of sight, and just be like, hello, like, can you hear me? Can you see me? Do you even know I'm here? Like, hello?
Give me a persuasion check. I'll say with also with disadvantage. Ghosts don't typically like holy symbols.
Oh, that's a good point. Persuasion with disadvantage. Well, the first roll's an 8. So let's see if I get worse than that. And the second roll's a natural 20, of course. Well, 8 plus 6, 14 persuasion.
That's higher than me.
With a 14 persuasion, you do catch a glance. He seems to you interrupt his viewing, and he just looks at you, and he looks confused, and but he is you have caught his attention as he's just kind of briefly staring at you, unsure of what you are bothering him for.
Oh boys, I think we might be dealing with a bit of a haunt. It seems like these souls here are eternally watching some sort of show. Something must be going down in that pit, and I'm guessing that well, we're gonna have to go through it. We know there's traps down there, but I mean, for all we know, it could be a gladiator arena. There could be beasts, something hiding in the sand. So I think we're gonna have to move across. We're just gonna have to do it as carefully as we can.
Do you think it'd be worth it to send Archie across?
Archie's willing to potentially disappear for a little while. Might not be the worst thing. At least he'd have eyes.
We could try to convince him, but whatever you guys think.
Is he still a bat? Where is he?
No, he was never a bat.
Or an owl? Was it an owl?
Yes, an owl.
It had wings. Sorry, it's dark down here.
Sorry, I forgot you can't really see you that well.
Well, I've got the goggles, but I'm not wearing them right now. Yeah, I suppose if you want to have Archie do a lap, see if he sees
Well,
anything.
while they're talking, seeing as that Logus saw ghosts when using the lantern, I want to walk to the edge of the sand pit and lift the lantern up to try to get a view over the sand.
Okay, go ahead and as you kind of reach out, go ahead and give me a perception check.
It's a 22 perception.
As you kind of look out over this, in your lantern light, nothing new reveals itself, but you do notice as you kind of, hold the lantern high and reach out kind of over the sand, trying to see what you can see. The sand goes from, completely still to almost like reactionary. As you move your arm out over the sand itself, a small ripple moves the sand about an equal distance from this wooden platform you're on out onto the sand. It definitely reacts to your presence and your movement.
Captain, I don't think stepping out onto the sand would be a good idea. And I'll show him the sand rippling as I'm moving my arm back and forth.
Well, I mean, based on the staff of the Python that he sent down there, that's a safe bet. I mean, if you've got another idea for how to get around a giant pit of sand, I'm all ears. But I think we're just going to have to deal with the sand and whatever that entails. For all we know, it's a fucking sand and elemental. But
Slowly lower your arm down towards the sand. See if the spike slowly comes up to match, or if it shoots up all at once.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Logus
walk
will
up
take.
and Logus as they say that idea, and just grab him by the belt or something, by his the back of his cloak or so. Just hold on to him just in case. I got you, buddy.
Logus will start lowering his non-lantern hand because he doesn't want to risk damaging or losing the lantern, and slowly lower it to the sand.
Okay, yeah, you lower your hand down to the sand, and it's warm to the touch, and you leave it there briefly. As you reach down and touch the sand, it's almost like a droplet in a pool of water. The sand almost ripples outwards, just briefly, just the first time you touch it. But it's warm sand. It's gritty under your hand. You pick up a bit of it. Get a small handful and run it through your fingers. It's definitely sand.
Locus, nothing happened. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely sand, but it rippled a little bit when I first touched. I don't know if you saw, but this is weird.
I'm gonna pull out my. I have one of the ever burning torches, and I'm just gonna toss it a good 7-10 feet straight forward into the sand. See what happens.
Okay, yeah. You toss one of these ever-burning torches out. Keep in mind, when you had entered this room, the arena was already very well lit. Many torches and wall sconces had already been lit. One of the only rooms with light that you've encountered in this temple. But you do throw your torch out a bit, and it lands like solid on sand, kind of puts a little indentation in the sand for a bit, and briefly it remains stationary. But eventually, a small disc of sand forms underneath this torch, lifts it into the air only a couple of inches, and this floating disc of sand slowly glides over to the platform you're on, and it deposits the torch back to the wooden platform before then falling back into hundreds or thousands of grains of sand and plopping back into this sand pit.
Oh, well, that was actually nice of the sand. Maybe it's not bad sand?
Locust is
Boys,
going to go grab one of the torches from the sconce and then place it over the sand pit. See if another disc pops up.
Okay, so tell me exactly how you kind of interact with this sand pit and the scones.
I walk over, grab the torch, walk back, and just screw it. I'll hop down into the sand right near the edge and kind of hold the torch down by the sand.
Okay, as you kind of enter the arena, you get a similar effect of how when Logos first touched the sand, a good like ripple, almost like water, kind of goes out, but only briefly. And with your 2 feet on the sand, Locris, you feel a low rumble. Something deep underneath this sand is moving. And go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
18.
With superhuman speed almost, you jump back to the wooden platform, and right before your very eyes, where Locust was just standing maybe half a second before, the sand comes together and forms a metal spike, about 3 feet in height. Easily would have impaled Locris, seconds ago, and as it forms, a swing, and then it falls away once again, becoming thousands of grains of sand, and just kind of sitting idly.
Okay, so port it returns. Creatures it does not.
Oh, man.
I've got one other thing to try before we just have to try to run across this, I think. And Renwick will take out the decanter of endless water, and he'll go down to like the edge of the sand where he's not quite standing on it, and he'll just whisper the word geyser to the decanter and then point it toward the sand and open it and see if he can just like wash away the sand. So it produces 30 gallons of water in a 30-foot geyser that's 1 foot wide for 6 seconds.
Okay, as this goes down, go ahead and give me an Arcana check. Any of you who care to. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check as you watch this. But as you kind of unleash this bit of like magical water, at the first, you seem to be making, reasonable headway. But shortly thereafter, it looks like the sand kind of mimics the ebb and flow of the water, and almost to a T of the pressure and velocity. Once you have pumped out your 30 gallons or so, you made headway at first, but essentially it was as if the sand was adapting and applying equal force back at you in its own way. And aside from making a bit of mud, you expend this 30 gallons or so. And another kind of odd thing about this sandy area is, typically mud would take hours to dry. This took, a minute, 60 seconds, and you were looking at, pristine, dry field of sand once again.
Well, I'm out of ideas, boys. I think we're just gonna have to hoof it.
Is there anything above the sand pit?
It is a massive arched, kind of like domed ceiling. You've got probably it's a curved, like rounded ceiling, but you've got 50, 60 feet of clearance in this sand pit.
Did a
No wooden beams or anything?
Nope, all stone. What was that, Glader?
Did a 19 Arcana get us anything?
With a 19 Arcana, you would for sure realize that from what you guys have encountered, it seems to be reactionary. It seems to put forth a little more effort based on what and where you're doing. The sand reacted a whole lot when Renwick dumped a shit ton of water on it, but not a lot of sand moved when it was trying to drive a spike through Locris. So it's like it seems to be reactionary, proportionate to what you guys are doing or how much effort you guys are putting in.
I would share that information with the group. I don't know what to do with it, but I just that called deduction that I made. I'd share that with the party. What to do? What to do?
Well, unless any of us can fly across the room, I think the move is to just try to make our way across the sand. Try not to get impaled. I'm not seeing literally any other way around this.
Yeah, Locris, did you step nice and easy on to the sand, or did you kind of like plop down on it?
No, I jumped down.
You jumped down.
Maybe that's what you should try, is to lower yourself gently.
Yeah, maybe I can go first. I'm a little tanky.
But I'm also a lot faster than you.
Or you guys can, just... And I'll re-summon Monty Python. I'll slither down into the pit. And it'll go and do the snake crawl down onto the sand.
So you use your staff to summon your snake friend once again?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Using the snake stats provided, as he slithers out onto the sand, a low rumble can kind of be heard, and spikes begin to erupt all around him. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
17.
For the time being, he seems to sense when they're coming and kind of slither through, bob and weave around these spikes, try as they may to form and thoroughly gouge him. They do not, as he kind of slowly slithers forth. What's the speed of your snake?
30 feet.
And so your snake makes it, 30 feet out into this sandy pit, narrowly avoiding these spikes that pretty much continue to follow it. As soon as the spike forms, it then, returns to its sandy state. And so it just, several spikes seem to form as this thing, travels away. But for the most part, they return to sand. And so what would you like to do from here? Have your snake keep going or what?
No, I'll have it turn back into a staff, and I'll use Mage Hand to pick it up and bring it back to me.
Okay, yeah, easily done. And, the sand stops moving, and once again, it's just a flat plane of sand.
after receiving the staff back, I'm going to have the mage hand go down and push on the sand. And since it can only lift up to 10 pounds, it's not going to be very strong pressure.
Okay, you just kind of like tell me how you would interact with it with your mage hand.
I'll just have it go down and, kind of like when you're testing out a sponge or making sure a tire's full, you don't just slam down, you kind of rest on and then slowly start pushing.
Okay, yeah. At first it's not reactionary, but eventually you come across, like it's almost like the sand sticks and has a bit of a almost like a will of its own. Well, the first like scoop or two are pretty easy going, easy to rub your hands through, but as you continue to push, the force eventually does kind of stop you and push back.
Renwick's gonna pop his potion of Cat's Grace, and I think he's gonna try to book it out. Like, not book it, but like it seems to react either way. I think he's gonna kind of like briskly attempt to make his way across the sand.
Okay. And as you kind of get ready to roll with this, Blade, did you have something you wanted to say before we roll this out?
No, I was gonna originally have Archie land on the sand lightly, but seeing Locris throw the kind of have the snake go onto it, kind of that was testing my what I wanted to see.
Okay, I was just making sure you weren't getting ignored.
No, I probably appreciate it.
All right. So Renwick, as you kind of do a stretch, get ready to take off. Tell me how and where. What do you do? How do you interact with the sand pit?
So I am gonna maintain that decanter of endless water in my hand, but I am just gonna I would say light jog out. My movement speed's 25, so 25 feet. I want to keep that decanter at the ready. I'll tell you why when it becomes relevant.
Okay, yeah. As you begin your light jog about 25 feet out into this sandy pit, you feel a low rumble coming from deep under the sand, somewhere deep under your feet. And go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
And just confirming, so Cat's Grace gives me advantage on dexterity checks. That does not include saving throws, though, right?
I don't have the language on me, but if a check and a saving throw are separate. Yes.
Just confirming. All right, no worries. Still +9. That's a dirty 20.
Perfect. As you kind of get in a jog, it almost becomes like a rhythm. Like you almost feel like maybe you're running like an obstacle course or a training course of some kind. But as these spikes form and plunge their way upward through the sand before falling back into sand themselves, you kind of get in a good rhythm and you start bobbing and weaving and it's just kind of a normal pace. So 25 feet out there, Renwick. What do you do from there?
How far am I from the other platform at this point?
475 feet.
Fuck's sake.
You got this.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't gotten anything further out, so I'm going to try to move another 25 feet.
Okay, at this point, we'll I won't like say it's initiative, but we'll use like the action economy to kind of move forward. So we will say you've already kind of used your movement this action. So you still have an action and a bonus action. What do you do from here?
In that case, this is interesting. I'll use my bonus action to dash another 25 feet.
Okay, yeah. The spikes continue to form, but you, for this time being, at least maybe this round, you have kind of mastered their timing, and you can almost feel them coming beneath your feet, and you bob and weave accordingly, and you continue to make progress unhindered.
And he'll call back and just be like, if anybody else wants to try to get out here so I'm not terribly far away, I've got a plan, at least to get me further. And then he's going to point the decanter of endless water at like a 45-degree angle at the ground toward the party. So it's angling him toward the far platform. And he's going to speak the word geyser and jump and try to launch himself further across the sand.
Okay, go ahead and give me. We'll call it an acrobatics check.
That's a 26. And I also don't take fall damage because I have Cat's Grace right now. So unless it's more than 20 feet, which at a 45-degree angle, I think I'd arc pretty smoothly.
Oh no, with that kind of a roll, you do exactly what you had hoped to accomplish and more. You blast off, narrowly avoiding these spikes. Getting airborne because of this geyser jug of water that's just propelled you. We'll say you get an additional 25 feet out of that a little stunt. And one thing you notice, though you still manage to dodge them as they come in, you going airborne doesn't seem to stop the spikes. In fact, now, rather than just kind of form out of the ground, it appears that these small metallic spike-like rods are erupting out of the sand, and even though you are airborne, they are still attempting to strike you. However, you deftly maneuver around them and find yourself about 75 feet or so into this sandy pit.
All right, well, he probably leaving there by himself.
So yeah, Renwick takes off, you guys. This we're gonna kind of we're not necessarily roll initiative, but we'll go in kind of like using some game mechanics round by round. So Renwick takes off, and you guys see him dodging spikes and shooting a blast of water to kind of propel himself even farther into this sandy pit arena. What do you guys do next? Who does what?
So can I access the wall without stepping onto the pit?
So there's like a wooden platform that you're on with stone walls around you. You could touch and get a handle on. Or you could go to like the very corner and like reach around the corner kind of above the sand, perhaps. Yeah, it's possible.
Uh, well, I'm gonna try something. Logus is gonna expend one of his use of wild shape to transform into a giant lizard, and giant lizards can walk across walls without needing to make a check. Uh, Lizard can climb difficult surface, including upside down on ceilings, without needing to make an ability check. So I'm gonna turn into a giant lizard and start climbing the wall.
Okay, so as a lizard, as you kind of take this lizard form, do you want to climb the wall and go around like the circumference of this room, or do you want to like go up and around like upside down on the ceiling to get across the room?
I'll probably go whatever is the quickest way. The From point A to point B because it only moves 30 feet per turn, so I'll probably use my action to do 60. So
So you'll have to go up 50 feet to get to the ceiling, and that still puts you, pretty level with the wall, essentially. But you can go up 50 feet to get to the ceiling if you'd like.
okay, I'll do that, and then I'll go 10 feet across.
Okay. As you make your way across this domed ceiling, the sand beneath you does not seem to and its relent. As you kind of make your way through, go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw as several large metallic-like rods erupt from under the sand and sail towards the ceiling, crashing all around you. As soon as they miss, you hear the loud metallic ping, and then they just turn to sand and fall back to the floor below.
Can I, before he rolls, can I do something? I kind of wanted to, before he left, I wanted to cast Bless on all of us before he left.
Okay, yeah, I'll let you preemptively strike that. Everybody take a bless real quick. Minus Renwick, who bailed on you guys hard.
Yeah. So, just myself, Logus, Locris, and Blade. A D4 to your next saving throw for a minute. Oh, jeez.
That fucking D4 ain't
I
gonna
don't
do
think a
shit.
D4 is going to help you.
Wait. Let's see. You never know what the saving throw is.
Probably more than 9.
How about a 6? Fucking shit.
So, Logos, unfortunately, you cannot get out of the way fast enough. This timing, the rods kind of bouncing off the ceiling, sticking in briefly before returning to sand. You can't quite get away. One of them does manage to land true and strike your lizard form for 10 points of piercing damage. That being said, I figure you've probably gone movement and standard action at this point. Maybe you have a bonus action left if there's anything you'd like to do.
Yeah, well, seeing as that I cannot, that doing being on the wall, shit.
Technically, you were 10 feet over the pit about on the ceiling. So you're about 50 feet in the air at this point.
Will I take fall damage?
Did you unbecome a lizard of after that
No,
piercing?
I still have some health left, but I was gonna drop it. But if I was gonna take fall damage, I'll probably just stay put then.
I mean, I'd let you roll it out, but yeah, you could potentially hurt yourself from this height for sure.
I think I have something. I might have something that negates some. What would it be in there, like an acrobatics or something?
Yeah, I'd let you roll like acrobatics for half damage or something.
All right. Well, I will stay put then for the time being because I have something but I need an action for it, so I'll hold tight.
Okay, yeah. So Renwick's made his way out into the pit. Logos has kind of made his attempt. You guys see these metal rods just kind of erupting from the sand and sailing up towards the ceiling, towards Logos as he kind of creeps his way across it. Who does what next?
Oh, man.
I was gonna say, Gladier, you probably have burned a bless. So what is that? A bonus action already?
I think Bless is... No, Bless is an action. So I gotta... Oh, man. Could I go back to that bench where I talked to the Dragonborn, even if I can't see him anymore because the lantern's gone? But just kneel back down again and try and get his attention again one more time. Just say, please, like, how do we get across this pit? Like, we're trying to do good here. We're not trying to hurt anyone. Can you please just give us any sort of hint or sign and some sort of assistance to help us get across this? I'd be ever in your debt.
But Blade would probably follow along as well and be kind of panicked and be like, they've got to know something.
Go ahead and give me. I guess I would say with disadvantage, but if Blade aids you, just give me a regular persuasion check as you kind of speak to this place where you think this Dragonborn to be.
Oh, that's not bad. 8. I think it's worse. Wait, no, it's better. That's 18. 18. Sorry, 12 plus 6, 18. I can do math.
You got it, buddy.
As you guys kind of plead, Gladier, go ahead and give me a charisma saving throw.
Oh, shit. Well, I got my bless. Oh no, that's a 2 on the die. Charisma, that's a +9 though, so that's an 11 plus a D4 for my bless. That's a 2, so that's a 13. If this is, I'm immune to being charmed or diseased, if that is one of those things that's happening.
It is not. You feel a spirit try to, force his way into your body, and it is uncomfortable. And you manage to muster the strength to, force this entity out of you. But from then, just kind of silence. Looked like the spirit in question perhaps attempted to possess you, but it did not take.
Oh, okay, yeah. He just kind of like stands up and like does like the the heebie-jeebies, like shake out his like arms and legs and like his whole body. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna help us. Pretty sure one of them just tried to possess me.
Would you be able to knock out a possession?
You did it for Renwick.
Well, I did. I meant Gladier.
Would I be able to what?
Do you have any way that if one of us became possessed, you'd be able to get rid of it?
I let me see if I have a. Yeah, I still have a channel of divinity, so I could turn unholy as an action, and then um, they fail a wisdom saving throw. It's turn for 1 minute. I don't have destroy unholy yet. It's just turn, so they'd be afraid. So I'm not sure if that would push them out of you and they try to escape, or if they would just take you with them and just force your body to try and help them escape. Could go either way. But I do have that if we want to try and just allow the possession.
Well, I mean, I have what I used on Renwick. So if one of you two wanted to do it, but that's what I'm wondering if that's what he was trying to do was possess you, because then you're no longer a fully living essence, and it might let you walk across.
Okay, what'd you use to get rid of his possession again the first time?
I believe it was dispel magic, correct, Sean?
Oh yeah.
Correct. It managed to remove the female specter from from Renwick.
I can do that, but the only spell I have stored in my ring is counter spell.
Well, why don't maybe one of you guys do it, and then like worst case scenario, like try to turn unholy, or if that doesn't work, we might just have to beat it out of you. I might have some holy water. I think I actually do have holy water somewhere.
Well, I'm in lizard form up there, but if you look up at the lizard, he's looking at y'all very, like, trying to get your attention, flicking his tongue.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of time. We're kind of burning through our
Yeah, this is definitely a long 6 seconds. Renwick's out there tap dancing about around spikes and shit.
I would say that's probably all of my quote unquote turn. So if Locust,
Okay,
Locust and
yeah.
Blade.
Moving on down, let's get it, like Blade, Locris. What do you guys do in this moment? As Gladier kind of shakes off an otherworldly cold feeling that kind of grips him.
Blade is going to kind of approach where he thinks the ghosts are, and is going to say, "You must know a way across. You've been here for a while. Please, you've got to help us. I don't know what we just tried to do to my friend right there, but I don't know if you're trying to aid us or what. But you've got to know something."
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check there, Blade. Just flat.
26 on persuasion.
Suddenly, a cold chill kind of runs up your back, and you feel as if something invisible is trying to force its way into your body through your ears, your eyes, your mouth, your chest. It's trying to get in and take over. Go ahead and give me a charisma saving throw.
Used to fail saves.
You can choose to fail
Let's
the
go.
save if you want.
I think Blade would just willingly let him take over.
He'll give his body to anybody.
I mean, personally, I don't think I want to run across 500 feet of spiked sand.
So as Blade's body kind of goes rigid, his eyes roll back into his head, and an eerie kind of white glow kind of emanates from them, and he turns and cocks his head and turns to Gladier, who's kind of in the vicinity. And Blade says to you in multiple voices at once. One's Blade's, one seems to be that of a woman, one seems to be that of a man, and then there's a deep, like, guttural rasp behind it all. But this cacophony of voices kind of says to you, Gladier, the pit weighs the heart, the soul, and the body. The pit is how we gauge your worth. Make it across, and it is great. Die, and you will come back here and can try again for all eternity. But the pit is the way forward, the way we choose our champions. Please, try. Entertain us all at the very least. And with that, this glazy-eyed Blade returns to his normal self as the specter willingly vacates. And once again, you guys are here.
Oh, what happened? Did he? What?
Oh shit. Well, I mean, I guess
He
that got us the information that we had.
Yeah, he took a deep breath. He looked at us and just said, "Run, Forrest, run!" Fucking
Yeah,
idiot.
I forgot.
It's something about weighing our hearts, and if we fail, we die to come back here and try for the rest of eternity. So essentially, just don't die, or else you're going to be stuck here as one of these ghosts trying to get across forever. So I guess we just gotta fucking just go for it.
Blade, how dexterous are you?
I'm pretty dexterous.
I think I'm the least dexterous of all of us.
Okay, so as this kind of conversation takes place,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
going to pull it back up to Renwick and Logos, who are actively traveling. So Renwick, 75 feet into this pit, your friends are kind of murmuring and figuring things out as you seem to carelessly bob and weave and dodge your way around these incoming spikes. But go ahead and tell me what you do from here.
First, he's gonna call out and be like, "Whatever you're gonna do, will you do it fast?" And then he's gonna keep trying to move across the sand. I guess
Renwick.
he's already pretty deep in the shit. So
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so as you kind of move forward, continue your movement another 25 feet. The farther into the pit you go, it seems like the more rapid and frequent these spikes seem to protrude and try to pierce you. Go ahead and give me another dexterity savings throw as these incoming metal spikes of sand kind of increase in frequency and speed.
woohoo, that's a 19 for a 28.
With a 28, you bob and weave endlessly through all these again. Though the rhythm is picked up and there's an occasional random one here or there, it seems to just kind of sharpen your senses all the more, and you continue to make your way through this unscathed. So, 25 feet deeper for your movement. What do you still have a standard and a bonus action? What do you do?
Bonus action dash and standard action 45-degree geyser. It worked last time. Why not try it again?
All right, so you bonus action dash, and you get another 25 feet in, and that is when you notice, roughly at about the 100-foot mark, the spikes briefly stop. Everything seems calm, but you get this geyser going, and as you propel yourself across this next incoming bit of sand, I want you to go ahead and give me an acrobatics check as a massive wall of sand just erupts from the earth. Giant bricks of sandstone erupt in this long, like 50-foot wall, and it's probably 25, 30 feet high, and it just erupts out of nowhere and tries to stop you as you propel yourself quickly forward. Go ahead and give me an acrobatics check to not smash into this wall.
16. Oh wait, acrobatics is a dexterity check, and I currently have Cat's Grace on, so that's advantage. Actually, I shit you not though. I rolled 2 5s for a 16.
Lucky for you, 16 is the magic number as you propel yourself just right to kind of pull a little parkour move, 1 step, 2 step, and then 3. And as you kind of hold onto this geyser bottle propelling you forward, you manage to get over this wall that came out of nowhere. And as you cross the plane of it, it immediately falls to the ground in a poof of sand. Kind of leaving a bit of smoke in the air from the all of the molecules hitting at once. But yeah, you have made it even farther into this situation.
He kisses the decanter of endless water.
Logos, you being freshly on the ceiling and pierced by one of these incoming metal bolts. They don't seem to be stopping. They're raining down all around you. What do you do?
I'm gonna let go in my lizard form and fall to the ground. So tell me how much damage I take. That way I can. It'll probably be into both health pools because I'll probably drop from the lizard form.
Okay, go ahead and give me an acrobatics check and see if you can't curb some of this damage on your way down.
As the lizard, lizards are surprisingly not very dexterous. Son of a bitch, dude. More than 9.
Yeah, lizard doesn't quite make the tuck and roll, and you take 15 total fall damage as you hit the ground.
He's if you said it's still going, he still has bless.
You still have bless if you want to use it.
Add a d4. It's every saving throw for a minute. If you get a 13, you might. I don't know.
That was an acrobatics check, not a saving throw.
Correct.
Oh, it's not on checks. It's just saving throw. Sorry.
Okay, so that was 5 to the lizard and 10 to Logan.
Okay, and as you kind of, I'll say falling is a free action to just do nothing and fall to the ground, so now you are Logos on the sand. You're about 10 feet out. What do you do?
I imagine I like land on my ass, not very graceful at all, and then poof back into my L form. So I will just book it, take off to try to catch up to Renwick. Action and movement, my full 45, so I have 90 feet of movement right now.
Okay, yeah, as you kind of just take off running, sprinting across the sand, the farther you get in, the more rapid the little bolts that fire up from the sand seem to be. These ones just kind of erupting and falling back into sand all around you, trying to gore and gouge and block your path. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw as you make your way forward.
I rolled a 19 plus 4 on the D4, so I got 23 dexterity saving throw.
You do it with ease. You bob and weave through all of these spikes bursting through the sand, and you get their timing down just right. You kind of get their pattern down just right, and kind of like running ropes or something, or running through tires. You just kind of make your way around these spikes as they erupt. And in that case, as you kind of get closer to Renwick, let's move down to Gladier. Gladier, what do you do at this point as a couple members of your party have already begun hauling ass across this big sandy pit?
Okay, so the ghost says that it weighs your heart, and then that's how it decides whether or not it's gonna spike you. Is that the gist of what I got?
I have no idea what you got out of what I said, to be totally fair, but maybe.
Okay.
I was best. I didn't get any of it.
All right. Well, I think Gladiator's just gonna say fuck it and take a deep breath, clear his mind, and then just walk out into the sand.
Before he moves, little Chris is going to reach out, grab him by the back of his suit, and yank him backwards. Don't
What?
be stupid. Take my hand if you want to live. And then clasping hands. All right, we're going to run and jump over the sand. And then we'll be on the other side.
Oh. Okay, I mean, I don't think I can jump that far, but I trust you, and you're a little weird, so I'm sure you got some weird tricks. So let's go. And he's just gonna follow him.
And then as we jump out, I'm going to use the cloak to cast Dimension Door to get us to the other side.
Okay, yeah.
That little jump out should have gave us the extra steps to make sure we're on the damn platform.
As you guys kind of step off of one platform and then onto another through this door of purple that Locris is able to open with this magical cloak, you guys shift from one side of the room to the other and are now watching as a far away looking Renwick and Logos come running quite swiftly in your direction.
Well,
Blade,
I guess we
you
should
are
go to.
suddenly left all alone on the platform.
Oh, this isn't good. It's just you and me, Richie. Yeah, I think Blade will just kind of the first of all, he's going to before he does anything else, he's going to chug again once more one of his health potions to get a little bit more health.
Okay, yeah, chugging down a health potion and prepping yourself up for this moment. We'll say you could have done that prior. I won't make you burn your standard action for that.
Okay, perfect. So I guess Blade will go ahead and just maybe sit on the ledge and just kind of cautiously, put his feet down onto the sand and just start booking it, using his full movement of 30 feet and bonus action to dash. Or not bonus action. I'm sorry. Action to dash.
Okay, for sure. So it's 60 feet total. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw as you kind of sprint your way across the sands. You can feel a low rumble beneath your feet, and the metal spikes do seem to erupt and fall back to sand all around you in your path. And go ahead and give me a dex save. See how you do there.
25 on the first one.
Oh, for sure, good to go. You bob and weave, and you get the timing down. Even though the patterns are a little off, and the rhythm seems to increase the deeper into the pit you go. You bob and weave kind of effortlessly, and it takes you no time to get 60 feet in or so. Anything with that bonus action?
Um, I'm going to do. You know what? For shits and grins, I'm just going to um, bonus action. Uh, use my Misty Step.
All right, gain an additional 30 feet or so.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, yeah. As you kind of make your way swiftly across the way, we'll say Gladier or Locris. That was probably a good use of your guys' standard action to hold hands and jump through the cape. I think. What does the cape say? Is that a bonus action or a standard action?
No, it's standard.
So you guys got a bit of movement and a bonus action as you guys kind of find yourself on this opposite platform.
I
Anything in
like to
particular?
investigate around, see if I could find something different that might turn it all off.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
I'm gonna help him with that.
Okay, with advantage.
21.
As you kind of search through this area, it's remarkably similar to the area on the opposite side. There's not a lot besides this wood and grain, but at several points you do feel, pockets of cold air, almost as if, there are some unseen spectators here as well, kind of looking on, perhaps.
God damn it, there's more ghosts over here.
Aside from that, there is an archway that kind of leads into another room, but for the most part, that's what you see here.
I'll just take a quick peek at the archway and see if the outside looks similar to the other side.
Yeah, it's identical.
So we may be in a bit of a perplexing situation here, Gladier. Either they went for full symmetry on both sides, but there's ghosts over here. That outside looks the same. I wonder if this is just perpetually going through the same place, basically.
Yeah, I swear, if we walk through that next door and it's the same sandpit, I'm gonna be real pissed.
Well, we'll wait until the others get over here before we go investigating too far.
Yeah.
Okay, is there anything you guys want to do with your bonus action or anything? I guess they're probably out of distance of most of your spells, but I was offering the opportunity to help in some way, but I don't know if you guys have any tangible way to help
Oh,
anybody at this moment.
Yeah,
not
we'll be
unless
like,
somehow Mage Hand gets strong enough to carry someone, but that's it.
Okay,
yeah,
makes sense.
I
So
think we're too far. Yeah.
all right, so moving back to Renwick. Renwick, you masterfully get your way over this wall and land in the sand once again, and as you make your way forward, right in front of you again, a similar instance. A massive wall. This sand seems to form bricks right in front of you, and 50 feet wide and 25 feet tall. A wall just erupts out of the sand and blocks your path, and it stands inches before you. What do you do at this point?
Point the geyser straight down, or the decanter straight down, and whisper geyser, and launch myself to the top of the wall to climb over it.
Okay, give me an acrobatics check to make your way over.
Let's see, with advantage, that's going to be a 24.
With no problem at all, you manage to go up and over this wall and land with a thud on the other side. The wall immediately upon you going over it collapses into sand once more. And so we'll count that as your bonus action. So what do you do from here?
It's a standard action to use the decanter, so
Okay,
then
standard action.
movement and bonus action dash for another 50 feet.
Okay, great. Yeah, you continue to just book it along. Logos, you see, far ahead of you as you bob and weave through all these spikes. Walls begin erupting, large walls erupting, trying to block Renwick's course. He seems to continue to press on. Logos, as you kind of find yourself in this pit running forward, what do you do from here?
Probably just keep booking it after. Um, so right now I would be right at the 100 mark because I went 10 feet out as Lizard and 90 feet as Logus.
Correct. You are 100 feet into the sand pit, and the spikes erupting all around you have strangely come to a stop. They have stopped erupting, at least for the time being.
I'm gonna just book it. Use my action movement full 90 feet after Renwick.
Okay, as you progress and take off running towards Renwick, similar to Renwick, a wall just erupts out of the sand in front of you. 25 feet tall, 50 feet long, giant sand covered bricks just kind of block your path. Go ahead and give me an acrobatics check as you try to maneuver your way up and over this wall.
Oh my gosh. I switched to D&D Beyond because the bribe was being a little shit, and I got a natural 20 and plus 5 for 25.
As you just kind of sprint along, it doesn't even slow you a bit. You manage to get your full 90 feet, and you just kind of bound, almost like a graceful deer or gazelle, over this like 25-foot wall, barely touching it as you do so. And as you kind of land and make quick haste towards Renwick, you catch up pretty quickly. You're only about 10 feet behind him or so. Moving on down from there, Blade. The spikes kind of still erupting at your feet. What do you do from here?
I think he's just going to keep trying to move forward. Kind of follow everyone else there. I guess, yeah, use his full movement of 30 feet, go forward, and action dash.
Okay, as you kind of cross this certain threshold, you notice that the spikes stop erupting at your feet. And as you continue forward, similar to some of your comrades, a massive wall of these giant, bricks made of sand just erupts, 25 feet tall, 50 feet wide, and it stops your progress. Go ahead and give me an acrobatics check to go ahead and make your way over this particular wall.
$17.
It is enough. Not quite as a graceful gazelle jump as Logos. You definitely have to get a foothold and then a handhold or two to propel yourself over this wall, but you do so efficiently, only losing 10 feet or so in your overall run. So you currently, make your way deeper into this sand pit, roughly 140 feet or so. And with that, I think we're gonna roll back up to Renwick. Renwick, after kind of making it over the last wall, you're almost to the halfway point of this big sandy pit. How do you proceed?
I mean, if I'm playing it in character, he's just gonna keep fucking chugging. He's had a really pretty solid amount of luck moving through this thing, so I think he's just gonna keep chugging along, keeping his decanter close.
Okay, so as you progress, Renwick, the rumbling briefly stops for some reason, and as you kind of make your way across this open sandy pit for the time being, go ahead and give me another dexterity saving throw.
That is a 16.
I'm sorry, what was that?
16.
Lucky for you, that is what you needed. As you kind of run forward, the sand kind of manifests in a different way, and two massive hands just kind of idly are created from it and hover and begin like smashing and trying to grab you, much like someone would like a bug or a rodent or something. Occasionally, a fist pound to the sand, or sometimes it tries to grab you outright, and you kind of just wriggle through the fingers and continue forward. But currently, it looks to be two large hands have manifested from the sand, and they are actively trying to not only strike you but grab at you and hold you in place. But you manage to nimbly make your way around them, at least for the time being.
And bonus action dash, action geyser.
Okay, yeah, propelling yourself even farther through this pit. Now just barely crossing the halfway point. Logos. Logos, you're up. You kind of just narrowly made it over this last wall, and then as you kind of gracefully dash over it and land right in front of you, right before you can even take another step, another massive wall just erupts from the sand and blocks your way further. What do you do from here?
Can I see if where my partner is? I know I'm chasing Renwick, but do I see Locris and Gladier ahead of us? Is Blade behind me? Like I want to kind of get stock of where everybody's at.
Give me a perception check for Locris and Gladier, but Renwick and Blade are within like 60 feet of you. You see them just fine.
That's a dirty 20, and yeah, highest would be a dirty 20.
Yeah, you spot Gladier and Locris standing on the other bench, the other like wooden outcropping. What do you, Gladier and Locris? What do you kind of what are you doing at this point as your friends are kind of booking it across this pit of sand?
Um, Probably playing dice.
Yeah, I think later just kind of keeping an eye out to see if anyone like drops, um, and holding to hold like a dash action to try and get to them if anyone like kind of can't move anymore. But for the time being, I mean, Locus and I are kind of just think the safest thing we could do is stay there and wait.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so they're definitely ahead of us where we're running.
Correct.
Okay. If that's the case, then I'm gonna continue on. Uh, action dash movement another 90.
Okay, yeah. As you make your way another 90 feet through this sand pit, the walls, as soon as you cross it, seems to collapse behind you, and you make your way forward, booking it another 90 feet or so. As you kind of get closer to Renwick, Logos, I'm going to need you to give me another dexterity saving throw.
That's a 13 plus 8, 21.
With a 21, you manage to deftly dodge what appears to be a set of massive hands made of sand erupt from the floor of this pit and begin swiping and smashing and grabbing at you, and you bob and dodge and bob and weave your way through this kind of maelstrom of sand, but you make it deftly, and it doesn't cost you any of your movement or anything, and you continue
Do
forth.
I officially pass Renwick?
You have passed Renwick by 5 feet. You were like right next to Renwick.
I look over him sweating and like, come on, Captain, you gotta move faster than that. And then kind of like point over to where Gladiator and Locris is at, and like all panting and sweating from nearly dying every time we get hit. These fuckers cheated. They just teleported across.
I mean, to be fair, my legs are a third the size of yours.
Yeah, that's true. You probably shouldn't have ran across, Captain. You're kind of slow.
Did you have a better way?
Well, we don't know. We didn't even really think. We all took off because you took off.
Well, I got
And
tired of standing around. We weren't getting very far.
and that'll be Logos's turn.
All right, so Logos, moving on down. Blade, your captain and your elf friend Logos, they're just booking it. They are way ahead. They are not wasting any time. And as you kind of begin your, you continue to run across this pit. Once again, like as soon as you have, this turn begins, an eruption of a wall bursts from the sand, blocking your path forward. What do you do from here?
Move forward. Yeah, that's the move. I think he's gonna just kind of try to push through. So I jumped through that first wall, and I'm hitting another one now.
Correct.
Okay. So I think Blade is gonna try to, if he can, scale that wall.
Okay, yeah. Give me an acrobatics check as you kind of try to swiftly make your way over the wall.
$25.
Matching Logos's grace from before, you not only leap the wall in a single bound, you do it with like an elegant like swan dive motion right over the top as you gracefully land on your feet on the other side. The wall collapses to nothing behind you, and you are able to run and dash your way forward.
Perfect. So I'll use my action to dash as much as I can, and then I'm going to burn for a bonus action a third level slot for. I'm going to do another Misty Step.
Okay, yeah, and with a poof of steam or mist, from one direction to the next, you gain another 30 feet instantly in the pit. Moving on up to Renwick, Logos has just passed you ever so slightly. And as you're kind of making your way forward, give me another dexterity saving throw as this giant hand of sand comes down upon your position.
Aye, aye, Captain. That's a 7 for 16.
Once again, just enough squirreling out of this, the grip of this hand of sand as you kind of make your way about. How do you proceed?
He's just going to keep fighting his way through the, I guess, the sand hands that are trying to catch him. And bonus action dash. And then he'll just look back at Logos and wink and launch himself with the geyser again.
Okay, that puts Renwick at about 350 feet at this point as you kind of, just propel yourself forward with the geyser. And Logos, once again, you being in the same vicinity of Renwick, a giant hand of sand forms and quickly shoots out to smother you. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
That was 17 this time.
Just enough. You dive through the open fingers and continue on. Tell me how you proceed.
I'm just gonna keep doing what I do best and just keep running for my life. Full action, dash, movement, another 90.
All right, puts you at about 370 as you kind of surpass Renwick by more than just barely this time. Blade, you get to a point where this sorry, you get to a point where the sands kind of stop moving all around you just briefly for the moment. How do you proceed?
Blade will just kind of stand there if everything kind of dulls down and it is seemingly calm right now. Blade will just be like, I don't know what kind of games you ghosts are playing, but this is not fun. And he's going to just keep booking it.
Okay, yeah. Full movement and dash, or?
Yep, you got it. And even on top of that, I'm going to once again burn another second level spell for Misty Step.
Okay, as you kind of venture in deeper, there does come a point where one of these massive hands of sand manifests and comes after you as well, grabbing at you and striking at you. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw as you make your way forward. Oh, easily dipping and dodging, you dive through the fingertips of this hand of sand, and you make your way swiftly down deeper into this pit. That being, I think it was 90 feet of movement total, so that brings you to, you're about 320 feet into this pit.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Renwick, sitting at 350. Second place currently, or I guess, wait, actually you guys have been smoked by Chris and Gladier, but as you guys kind of run forward, Renwick, the ground around you completely falls to mush. You find yourself in what used to be sand, now a thick, liquidy, viscous material. You are now waist deep in this muddy, mucky, thick, sand-like substance, and everything all around you has suddenly become difficult terrain. How do you proceed?
That's super fun. Hmm. Question. All right, so this is definitely left brain talking, but I can summon a tentacle. It's like a 10-foot long tentacle, and it's typically used to move around and attack. But what are the chances that I would be able to use it to pick myself up?
I imagine you could pick yourself up with a tentacle. Does it have to be stationary, or can you move the tentacle?
I can move the tentacle as a bonus action.
I don't see why it couldn't carry you with it.
Sick. So can I... let's see. All right, so I'm going to just whisper geyser and launch myself as far as I can across this like difficult terrain, and then bonus action summon my tentacle and just pick myself up with it. Or I guess I'd use my movement first for 10 feet, then geyser, then bonus action catch myself with the tentacle. And I can summon the tentacle anywhere within 60 feet of me. It's a 10-foot tentacle. It lasts for a minute.
And that's a bonus action or a standard action?
That is a bonus. So 10 foot of movement, standard action geyser, bonus action tentacle. And then on my next turn, I can move the tentacle.
Okay, as you kind of fight your way forward, we put you at 375 total as you kind of slog your way through this waist deep muck. Coming down to Logos, you have kind of a similar run of things. As you kind of run your way out, the sand does no longer seems to be stable. It kind of reacts more like a water. It's mucky and thick, and you sink down into like waist deep muck immediately and are kind of surrounded by difficult terrain.
Uh, well, let me see something. Okay, so with my boots of the mobile, when I do use the dash action, difficult terrain doesn't cost me any extra movement on my turn. Would that apply here?
Yep, your boots do stop it from being difficult terrain. So in fact, you wouldn't have even sunk in the first place. You managed to walk over this viscous kind of syrup-like sand material, and you're buoyant enough to stay atop of it.
Man, I almost passed up on these boots, but they have easily been the most like clutch item I've ever had. And in that case, I will use, move my full 90 movement and then end my turn.
Okay, Logos, as you kind of run forward, the sand kind of rippling behind you briefly, you make it quite a bit, real close. Let's see here. You're about you're 460 feet in, so you're about 40 feet from Gladier and Locris, who are kind of just watching and cheering you on, and that's when you notice immediately running parallel to you, also looking like it's running towards Locris and Gladier. It looks to be a silhouette of you. It is a sand sculpture of yourself. Every meticulous detail has been etched in. Every item on your belt, the way your cloak billows, the way your bow is strung, the material your bow is made out of. This is like an exact sand replica of yourself. Logos, this sand replica loads an arrow into its bow and unleashes it towards you. And as the twang of this bow kind of sounds out, the sandy arrow, in fact, becomes a familiar metal rod and propels itself across the arena towards you. What is your to-hit bonus using a bow there, Logos?
Oh, shoot. Let me. For the standard longbow or longbow +1, it's a +11.
Okay, so I have a 29 to hit, followed by a 28 to hit, followed by 11, so that was a 17 to hit.
First two definitely hit. Last one does not.
And what is how much damage do you do per round when you unleash an arrow?
1d8 +6.
+6.
Yeah.
So 9 piercing damage and 10 piercing damage, so 19 damage total as this avatar of yourself unleashes a volley of arrows towards you. Moving on down, Blade. You find yourself running towards your friends. Just recently getting past that halfway mark threshold. So how do you proceed?
So can I, like, as I'm running ahead, I mean, this place is pretty well lit, so I can see Logos basically battling himself.
Yes. Logos is about, he's a little more than 100 feet away from you, but you can see him clear as day, yes.
Okay. Blade is going to go ahead and use his full movement and action to move 60 feet if possible.
Yeah, as you kind of move an additional 60 feet, once again, this hand tries to attack you. It's bashing and grabbing and flailing about. Then go ahead and give me another dexterity saving throw as you try to avoid this sand hand.
$22.
Oh, absolutely. Once again, diving through grasping fingers, and you make your way swiftly using your movement and action. Anything else?
I guess Blade is going to look at. Well, you know what? Oh man, so I have Renwick and okay, so I got Logus, who's probably what 40 feet away from me, and Renwick is still. Is
You
Renwick still in the
you are
field?
actually have come to the point where you have run up upon Renwick there, Blade, and just like him, you sink into waist deep muck. The sand is no longer stable, and all the terrain around you becomes difficult terrain.
Oh God.
But you're currently at 380 feet.
Um, Blade is going to go ahead and so Renwick's right there with me, or like kind of in the same area.
Within 5 feet of you. Also waist deep in muck.
Blade's going to look at him and just kind of nod his head and just be like, "Oh, my captain, if you could get through this sand, walk on it as if it were a plank of wood." And he's going to give him a little bit of inspiration.
Nicely done.
And that will end my turn.
Renwick, you're up. Kind of struggling in this little mucky muck, but this massive tentacle seems to come out of the Ethereum and reach out towards you.
All right, and according to Tentacle of the Deep, I believe I can move it up to 30 feet.
Okay, yeah. You can have the tentacle escort you through the difficult terrain 30 feet or so, unhindered.
How close does that get me to solid ground?
Leaving the 30-foot radius just enough. You do touch down on solid ground as this tentacle kind of carries you past this like kind of quicksandy type area. And as it does, Renwick, you find yourself staring forward at a replica of yourself. You're almost toe to toe with it. It's uncanny how much like you it looks. Every detail, every scar, even its tentacled hand, as it kind of stares at you, Renwick. What is your to hit with the rapier?
That is +9. Yeah, +9.
+9. I believe
But you're making those attacks with disadvantage, yeah.
Okay, you're lucky because that was a 20. So 6 plus the 9 becomes a 15 to hit. No.
Nope.
And I'm gonna say 17 doesn't hit either.
It does not.
So this replica of you, Renwick, begins attacking you with this rapier, parrying, dodging, getting out of the way as quickly as you can. That is kind of what you're looking at the moment. A replica of yourself seems to be blocking your path. But you've only burned a bonus action, so what do you do from here?
Okay, so that tentacle. Let's see. Is the tentacle also within 10 feet of him? Because if it set me down, in theory, it's right behind me, so it would be 10 feet away from sand.
Makes
Quick.
sense. Yep, that makes sense.
Cool. So as part of that bonus action, the tentacle would be able to make an attack,
Okay.
which would be a 10. Never mind. That didn't go anywhere. All right, so let's see. Standard and movement. He attacked me. If the tentacle attacks. Sorry, I have to check. I think I might be able to pull something off with Rakish Audacity. I just need to read the language real quick.
No problem.
Ah, damn. All right, it had to be a melee attack. I will. Oh, shit, I used my bonus action. No, wait, I can use my action to disengage
Correct.
25 feet, and then my movement to get another 25.
I'd say you burnt your bonus action already, so you could disengage and then you take your movement. But you disengage would be the action. You wouldn't be able to disengage.
Yeah,
and take 20.
that's what I'm saying. I want to use my action to disengage and then use my movement since I've already burned my bonus.
Okay, yeah, no problem. You give a little feint, juke yourself essentially, and you run around him and make an additional 25 feet.
Sick. All right, cool.
All right, moving on down. Logos, you are up. Kind of staring at a sand version of yourself who looks to be continuing to knock arrows.
I'm gonna keep running and move my last. I'm gonna do my movement and move that last 40 feet. We'll move my full 45 feet and try to get behind Gladier.
Okay, as you go to move, once again, a volley of arrows comes your way. That is going to be a 23 to hit.
Would it be an opportunity attack? Is that what it is?
It's reactionary. It moves when you do.
Or was it 23 and a what?
23 and a 22.
Yeah, both hit.
That is a 2 plus 6, so 8 piercing damage, and a 1 plus 6, so 7 piercing damage. And as these spikes hit you and they drive true, they immediately turn to sand and fall away. But after that, you do cross the threshold of this little wooden platform where Locris and Gladier are half-assed watching and half-assed playing dice, it sounds like. And as you kind of cross the threshold, the sand version of you collapses to the ground, no longer there.
Oh, Jesus, thank God. I'm going to use my full action to take a greater potion of healing. Because, man, do I pack a punch.
Welcome to the party, Buttercup.
And then I'm just going to collapse on the floor and be like, what the fuck, guys? I get it, y'all teleported, but you see us struggling. And I just got fucking holes from the sand arrows in my chest.
They're not hurting, not healing.
Too funny. Blade, that is you. Currently, you are waist deep in muck, kind of looking on. What do you do from here?
Well, kind of seeing Renwick moving ahead and getting out of the difficult terrain, I am once again going to just bonus action use my last second level slot to Misty Step. Hopefully, get out of the difficult terrain.
Yeah, that as you misty step out, that puts you at 410 feet or so. And as you kind of poof from one location to the other, Blade, you too come face to face with a sand version of yourself, staring yourself in the eyes, a little too close for comfort. Blade, what third level spells do you have stocked for the day?
Oh, I have no spells that are third level. I have Bane, Charm Person, Counterspell, Dissonant Whispers, Find Familiar, Healing Word, Shatter, Sleep, and Tiny Hut.
This sand entity of yours casts the shatter spell upon yourself, with your own DC save as what you have to roll against.
Motherfucker. Okay. So 18 con save.
And what did you roll? You might be
Thank
muted. Sorry. What did you have?
Sorry, I'm typing it out. If my fucking computer would work.
No worries.
17.
Is that a pass or a fail against your own spell save?
It would be a fail, but I was going to ask if does bless work against this if it's still up.
I will say yes, you could use bless.
So with the bless is a 2, so that would make it 19, which would pass the 18 DC.
Okay, what is that? Half damage then?
That'll be half damage. Yep.
And that is 100 d8s, right? Or something like that.
Let's see. It is that is going to be 4d8s.
You take a total of 11 damage. Well, I guess it'll be halved since you passed. So we'll call it 5 sonic or force damage.
That could have been bad.
Yeah, as this sand version of you claps its hands together and a loud magical noise erupts forth. But you're still have a standard and movement, I do believe, right?
Correct. So Blade kind of be like, well, fuck you. And kind of, I don't have time for this. And he's going to just keep moving once again to standard action to dash and movement.
Okay, yeah. You continue booking it towards Locris and Gladier and Logas on the wooden platform. Quickly overtaking Renwick. Renwick, what do you do from here?
Would I be able to jump in here?
Absolutely. You notice that these guys are pretty close. Renwick is about 70 feet from you, but Blade is much closer. Blade is about 30 or 40 feet from you.
I am going, seeing that Blade's having a little bit more trouble than Renwick is, I'm going to try blasting Eldritch Blast at Blade's Sand Doppler.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me some attack rolls. Blade, what's your current armor class?
18.
That's the magic number, Locris.
22 for the low one.
Okay, yeah, for sure hits. Go ahead and roll out some damage.
And 5, 14 plus 10, 24 force damage.
Blade, how many hit points do you have total?
88.
Okay, good to know. As you, Chris, as you blast this with your Eldritch Blast, large portions of sand do blast off of this thing and dissipate, but they seem to reform like almost immediately.
That's worth a try if it slows him down.
Oh, for sure. All right. So that being said, Renwick, you're up with about 70 feet or so between you and the rest of your party, and Blade about halfway in between you and them. What do you do?
And Logus was able to like get past his sand doppelganger. And then that seemed to be the last obstacle between that and the platform, right?
Correct.
Cool. Then I will movement and bonus action dash and then action geyser myself up onto the platform.
Okay. As you make your way forward to do this, go ahead. What is your to hit with your crossbow, Renwick?
Hand crossbow or light crossbow?
Whichever you combine with your what do you think you have on your belt right now at this moment?
I mean, my hand crossbow is my go-to, but you would be taking that with disadvantage because I think I'm more than 30 feet past you at this point.
I think it would be disadvantage anyway because of your cloak, but
Oh, also that, yeah, fair enough. But that's a +9 with the Yandala crossbow.
well, once again, I waste a crit, so but 18 plus 9 does come out to be 26, right? Wait, no, I'm retarded. 27.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And what is the damage for your standard crossbow?
1d6 plus 6.
Max damage on that. 12 total piercing damage coming your way from your doppelganger.
And I will use my reaction to Uncanny Dodge to make that 6.
All right, good. And you get more than one attack per round when using this weapon, correct?
I do not.
Oh, okay. Quick
I have to
question.
use a bonus action.
Does that
Because it's
count?
an attack action, then bonus action. I can attack again with the crossbow.
Oh, okay, cool. I see what you're saying. All right. Hey, wait. So, if you're not engaged with anyone, does that count as sneak attack for this character?
I don't believe so. I have to. So the way it works is in melee range. If I am the only person, like if I don't have an ally within 5 feet of me, I'm essentially 1v1ing something. That's when I get it for being a swashbuckler.
Oh, I knew the rules were different for swashbuckler. I just couldn't remember what they were.
I proc sneak attack one extra way, but a ranged attack against a solo creature does not proc it unless it just doesn't see me.
Noted. Okay, well, that's all this creature does, and with your combined efforts there, Renwick, it is just enough to get you to the wooden platform. As you guys are all kind of watching on, Renwick comes crash landing in on a magical jug of water as he kind of thuds loudly to the ground.
I just, for narrative's sake, I'm going to roll acrobatics to see how I land on the platform.
Perfect.
That's a nat 1, so re-roll. And that's a 30. So I land, I'd like to imagine, like blade pose. Like one hand on the ground, one leg out to the side, and just look up and wink at them, and then realize that there's an arrow sticking in my ass from where I shot myself.
Perfect. That was a great visual. And that being said, turning to now the only party member in the pit, Blade, you're about, we'll say, 30 feet away or so. And once again, your doppelganger goes in for a shatter spell.
Oh, you son of a bitch. All right. So that is roll it out right here. 18 con.
How far away is Blake from the platform?
30 feet.
Counterspell. 4th level.
Perfect. You counterspell this spell, and it is such a potent counterspell that the arms of the sand blade just briefly fall off entirely and have to reform. And in this time, Blade safely makes it across the threshold. And as Renwick and Blade cross onto this wooden platform, the sandy doppelgangers return to the earth. And you guys are kind of out of danger for the moment. Well, to be fair, Locris and Gladiator were out of danger the whole time. So,
No wonder those ghosts are sitting here watching this. That was entertaining.
It was mildly entertaining, but I'm gonna help you guys out a little bit and gonna walk up to Logus, Logus, Blade, and Renwick, and just like in turn, just excuse me, lay on hands, 5 points each to you guys. So everyone heals 5 points.
That actually feels a lot better. It's pretty funny to make my way across that entire room. And the one thing that actually hits me is myself, as he plucks the arrow out of his or the bolt out of his ass.
Gladiator's lay on hands was definitely like a gentle cup to your butt cheek, straight to the where the arrow pierced you to heal that extra hole you have in your butt now.
I imagine as that happens, it's like a calming, like warm sensation. So he just kind of leans into it. It's like he's sitting in your cupped hand.
I mean, you're small enough.
you guys notice the
where do
light
you-
pitting between the giant dragon and the tiny halfling.
And you see Logus waiting his turn anxiously.
Blade's in the back, like, this is fucked up.
So, Gladiator, where do you touch Logus?
Gladiator flicks you on the forehead. It's a real quick, like 5-point bing right to the forehead.
I imagine like Logus has his ass out too because he thinks that that's the custom, and then just gets flicked in the forehead.
And Blade, he just walks up to you and just cups both of like your face in his hands and just says, "It's okay, Blade. You're safe now." And just 5 points to your face.
Oh, thank you.
I was about to be low key jealous if you said you cupped his ass and not mine.
I don't
I
have much.
almost just said I cupped his cheeks and just didn't specify which cheeks, but yeah.
They're warm, whichever pair they are.
And so, as you guys kind of collect on this wooden platform overlooking this sandy pit you guys have just kind of crossed, what do you guys do from here?
So a quick peek through this archway. Right outside the hall looks the exact same as the other side. Didn't investigate too far because we don't know what's coming up. But
Well, I'm not any more worse for wear than I was when we set foot in this room to begin with. So if you find, or you lot are fine with it, maybe Logus and I do our normal sweep down the hall, see what we can see.
sounds good to me.
Okay, as you guys kind of peek through the archway, Renwick and Logos, go ahead and give me some perception checks.
Just before we go, Logus is gonna drink 2 more standard healing potions to get back to full.
Okay, sounds good. Duly noted.
Ch- 13.
And Logos, what did you get?
Oh,
Would you need me
actually,
to roll?
I have
Perception.
inspiration. Is that a D8 now, Will?
Oh yes, it is.
All right, so that's a 16 total.
Not bad, not bad. Renwick, as you kind of look through the archway of this door, what you see before you is kind of a decent sized room, but it looks like the walls of this room are lined with coffins or sarcophagi. They look to be well kept. You know, most of the dungeon that you have encountered up to this point is very like dusty and covered in dirt. But this looks, it's a dark room. It's not lit or anything, but you can clearly see lining the walls many like marble coffins, marble sarcophagi that kind of just line the walls. All of them standing, upright and kind of leaned at a light angle up against the walls, but they line every inch of the wall you can see. And Logos, what did you get?
I got a 27, and just so like right now, I have my Sentinel shield on, which gives me a +5 to passive perception. So my passive at all times is 25, but I rolled a 27.
Okay, so as you kind of look in, you see kind of what Renwick sees, but you see a bit more. You also see that like all of these tombs are kind of, or coffins, sarcophagi, whatever they are. They're all kind of made of marble and stacked ever so slightly up against the walls. But there seems to be like one of more importance. There's a bit of a platform that's been elevated. It looks cleaner than the others somehow, like more pristine, catching your eye. And you do see it appears to be, at least the carving on the outside looks to be of one of these like arachnid type of humanoids that you guys have not really encountered. And though he looks to be like dressed in like a fancy garb of his time, it looks also to be that in this carving, it looks like underneath one of his arms appears to be a giant orb. You notice that. You notice that there looks also to be a glass padlock fastening this particular sarcophagus closed. And once again, you get the weird shimmer. You can see or feel, pockets of cold air come and go, and you get a sense and a feeling that you can almost see these ethereal people coming and going around this room. Even though invisible, you can just catch the light ever so slightly. But they are there and doing things.
So again, I'll lift the lantern of revealing and kind of just point out, the primary coffin and the orb, and just put out the lantern of revealing and kind of get a proper look at what everyone's doing.
So, when you shine the lantern on the situation, it looks like a lot of these ethereal beings, humanoids of varying races, they all look very happy, and it looks like they are all like showing respect. These ethereal beings seem to be leaving ethereal flowers at the base of some of these sarcophagi, and they other donations and things that look to be ethereal to you. And as the ghost lays the flowers on the sarcophagi and leaves, they eventually fade into the nothing. But these spirits look to be in good spirits, and showing respect and leaving offerings of various goods and things at random sarcophagi that are just kind of litter this room.
Can I
And you said that
sorry.
you said the main coffin was of the arachnid thing that we had been seeing around the
Correct.
temple. So Logos will like take stock and put. Logos, didn't didn't they say something of an arachnid type being on the walls that you read? And he'll kind of point out the coffin to Logos.
Yeah, based upon
Maeve.
the murals, this seems to be whatever hero that they've been worshiping, basically. I'm guessing that's the Allcast, whether it's just a replica, whether a real thing, or whether it's inside the sarcophagus with him. I'm guessing that's what this is. And something tells me opening up the sarcophagus all willy nilly is going to piss
Ty,
off a lot of
come on.
ghosts.
Well, maybe if we pay respects like these other spirits are, maybe they'll be a little more forgiving.
I don't know.
Silas, come on.
One way to find out.
Can I check the coffins slash sarcophagus sarcophagi? What is the plural to sarcophagus?
I
Whatever
have
it
no
is.
idea.
I think it's sarcophaguses.
Or is it just like fish? It's just sarcophagus or sarcophagus. But can I check to see if there's any symbolism to any sort of deity or any writing or engravings, or if it's just kind of all pointing towards this um, spider-like being?
Go ahead and give me investigation or knowledge religion.
Okay. Surprisingly, my investigation is higher than my religion check. You'd think it wouldn't be because paladin, but oh, that's actually a good roll. That's a 17 on the die for a dirty 20 investigation.
And so, as you kind of inspect these different, burial places, they all have, some effigy of their, who's entombed in them on the outside. And there are races that you recognize: elves, dwarves, dragonborn, etc. But, roughly half or so of these individuals that are entombed here seem to be like this kind of like spider humanoid creatures that you don't really haven't encountered yet, or maybe extinct. You're not sure. And it takes you a bit, but as you kind of just briefly go through everything, kind of looking at what there is to see, it kind of dawns upon you. These people in this room, they're all deemed important to the hero, important to the main tomb. These are servants, soldiers, various advisors and things. Like, these are all people that the hero valued in one way or another. People he would want buried with him. Some family, some not, but nonetheless, this is like almost how like the Egyptian pharaohs got buried with their concubines and things. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I just should relay that information to the rest of the group. These are not just random people buried with the great hero. It's people of importance to him.
So, as you kind of relay this information to the party, you guys are kind of left in this room watching the ghosts come, and some of them linger for a bit longer than others, but for the most part, it's just like a continual, almost like ceremony of these creatures coming in and laying, gifts to rest at their feet of their what you could presume is friends or family or people they respected or something.
Can I try to take a closer look at that orb that you mentioned? See what the heck that is.
Yeah, as you kind of approach the main sarcophagus, it's just kind of like a stone effigy of what kind of lies inside, and it's like this very broad looking humanoid arachnoid type of combo. He's wearing some nice clothes. It looks to be like a blade, like a ceremonial blade of some kind, is in one hand, and tucked underneath one arm is just it looks to be like carved into the stone. Tucked underneath one arm is an orb. Looks like to be like a large crystal ball, like carving.
And I don't notice anything like kind of weird as I'm approaching the sarcophagus, right?
You can give me an investigation check if you want to kind of investigate the sarcophagus specifically.
Well, I don't want to move that close until everyone else is ready to. I don't know. Uh, Captain, are you? Should we try to open the sarcophagus, or should we have a look around before we mess with this?
Well, let's take a look at the other sarcophagi just in case. See if we can't get a sense for everything. But it couldn't hurt to get a little bit closer. Keep an eye out for traps, of course.
Um, as we're like looking at the main sarcophagus, does it have offerings on it, both ethereal and in the real world?
It does not appear to have any like real world offerings, but yes, several of the ghosts go and set what appears to be like a small tray of maybe incense or food stuffs or and flowers and things at the base of it, and as they move on, their offerings kind of fade into nothing. But yeah, there are several ghosts that leave ethereal offerings at every sarcophagus, really. But this one, a little more than the others, really. It seems to be like a focal point.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if we think back to that mural, wasn't this arachnid humanoid, this creature, sort of their champion, and it slayed the Egg of Doom, which we assume to be the Beholder. So it's safe to say that that orb's the Allcaster, and that these spirits are paying it tribute for slaying the Egg of Doom. So, logic would reason that the Allcaster is most likely locked in the sarcophagus. However, that is a magical lock. There's a good chance that we're up for a fight, whether it's coming out of these sarcophagi or that big fucker right there.
Well, maybe Lucas was on a right track. Maybe we should leave some sort of a offering for this here dead fella, and maybe if we show that we come in peace, we're not here to fight or do anything wrong. We might be able to leave unscathed. And he's gonna start. Glader's gonna start digging around in his pack because I've got some incense and like candles and stuff. So he's gonna start pulling out, a couple candles and his, little incense sticks and start getting that kind of set up in case they decide to go that route.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
I mean, I suppose it couldn't hurt. And Renwick will take his Sands of Justice dagger off of his belt and carefully and like inspecting the floor as he's moving toward the sarcophagus, go to leave an offering of the dagger.
Yeah, you don't really you don't encounter any traps or anything on your way across, and you kind of lay the dagger where you see these ethereal beings leaving their offerings, and you get like as you do so, you step away, but you do get like an overwhelming sense of calm and peace and like tranquility kind of washes over you, if ever so briefly.
Yeah, and Glader's gonna pull out. So I have 2 blocks of incense. So I'm gonna pull out 1 block of incense, and then I have 10 candles. So I'm gonna pull out 1 candle for each party member. So place 5 candles and like a block of incense on the sarcophagus next to Renwick's dagger, and kind of just take my time to light them all, get the incense going, and then I mean, for making offerings, I feel like it has to be something good. He's gonna put his little wooden gladiator figurine that the bullywogs carved for him, and he's just gonna place that right next to the candles and the incense and the dagger.
Okay, yeah, for sure. As you kind of go about prepping this up, does anybody else have anything they'd like to do?
Logus would have done the same thing. He would have used Druidcraft to bring out some flowers and some berries, and to add a little more personal thing, he would have left. Hold on, I gotta find it. A while back, he was gifted a holy symbol of I think it was Alana that he had been keeping in his pocket. And just to leave something a little personal, he would leave that behind and around the flowers and the berries and stuff.
Okay, for sure.
Blade will he won't rest anything down as like for an offering, but he will pull out his lute and he will kind of play maybe like a more kind of like enchanting, more like uplifting kind of like hopeful sort of music, and just kind of see what he gets for reactions.
Okay, yeah, playing an uplifting, hopeful melody as these guys kind of prep their offerings.
Oh, just a thought. If I'm not mistaken, didn't you say that Blade was possessed by one of these spirits and it actually gave you some advice in that last room? What if we do the same and try to figure out what the deal with this thing is? Like if we take away that lock, what exactly are we unleashing?
It might be worth a look. I could try it again, try offering myself, but
Well, I mean, I wouldn't ask you to do it, but if you're offering your body, then I'll stand back and watch.
right. So yeah, Blade will kind of bring his playing to a halt and just kind of sit there and, as if he was speaking to the spirits, say, "All right, now, please, spirits, tell us Give us some direction. We've crossed your pit, this game. But please, you got to give us something.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Dirty 20.
Very nice. As you kind of call out to these spirits, something happens. A warm kind of glow seems to emanate from the main sarcophagus, and stepping out of it is this ethereal golden being, many-armed humanoid, covered in fur, very arachnid-like. But this being is not invisible. In fact, they glow with kind of a radiant energy, and they step out from their sarcophagus towards you, Blade Silverstring, and they survey you curiously, and then kind of look to the offerings that you guys have put on the ground. It hovers about them, quickly, kind of almost superhumanly fast, like bends and crouches and inspects all of these things you guys have left for it, all at the same time, grabbing each one with a different hand or arm, and placing them all gingerly back. And it kind of then rigidly like snaps to, and kind of turns to you, Blade, and says, "Well, I suppose I could answer a question or two. You have the culture of bullywugs upon you, Pelor's touch, apparently, or some order of knights. You carry with you the steward of nature, at least one, and the music of hope. It doesn't reach these halls, very often. So, what could I do for you, there, bard?"
Blade kind of shocked. He wasn't expecting this. And just, no, great one. We've ventured to this hall, to this place, this seemingly endless cavern of crap, in search of an item called the Allcaster.
Why? Why do you need the Allcaster? Many seek to misuse this powerful item, and in the wrong hands, it would spell doom for many, at least once. Could fell any city, any foe. It must be handled with care. In the wrong hands, it is a weapon of mass destruction.
From what we've heard, it's contained awesome amounts of power, and to be honest, we've come here because it could be an instrument in curing some sort of disease or affliction known as the grain. And we just we're hoping to use it to cure these individuals.
He kind of eyes you up and down, glowing this radiating form, and just says, "Well, noble cause, I suppose. Well, I do have it, but you, I guess, have proven yourselves. You've made it through this pit of trials. I would be happy to see it go on to a more useful place, but yeah, we can't have those who would use it for ill will, obtain it. So if you do take it from this place, please guard it and take it somewhere safe. It's if people knew what it's truly capable of, they would probably seek to use it for evil. So if you manage to wrest it from this place, then Godspeed. May whatever deities you worship carry you far. But alas, it is entombed with my remains here in this sarcophagi. He kind of opens his hand and gestures to the sarcophagus he stepped out of.
I know you don't know us well, and that we've just arrived and everything, but I can assure you that we have the most noblest of desires, and using this, um, we've come a long way, and our team is tired. And is there, if we were to protect, if we were to take this Ulcaster, would there be any? If you know of any sort of uh, traps or anything that could be uh, engaged in the taking of this Allcaster?
Oh, yes. The Allcaster is not only a powerful artifact, but this temple was built around its vibrations and the sensations that come from the orb. The orb is a key to many things in this temple, particularly. You can use it to lock and unlock doors, arm or disarm traps. It is quite the handy, all-purpose key, if you will.
Yeah, well, if you could tell me, is there any way we could use it to get across that godforsaken desert? He kind of like turns and looks back into the previous room, if it's visible, and just gesture out.
He kind of chuckles and says, yes, the pit tests many, but simple. The simple way across is to just kind of toss yourself into the sand and give no effort whatsoever of any kind. The sand pit will assume you have fallen unconscious or perhaps died in the attempt to cross, and a disk of sand will levitate you from wherever you have fallen back to the exit pier, if you will.
Yeah, that's pit cost us a lot of misery, and it appreciated your guidance.
Well, the excellence of the divine realms calls to me. It is not every day some surface dwellers find their way to the temple and then are respectful enough to, catch my eye. I appreciate the offerings, and they will, grow to be one with this place. Thank you. And I'm going to get back to the divinity and the merrymaking of eternity and whatnot. So if you don't need anything else, is there anything else I could do for you before I depart?
No, great one. Thank you for your guidance and your help, and I assure you that this Allcasters will be in the best of hands that there are, and we will use it for good. And he'll do quite a deep bow to this being.
And he kind of returns the bow gracefully. Says, "Great. Good luck on opening the lock." And smiles at you. And as he smiles, he slowly steps back into his sarcophagus, and the radiant glow that fills the room becomes darkness once more.
Well, I mean, I think that's as much permission as we're ever gonna get. So, do I just open it?
I'll get the bolt cutters. I guess so. It seems that we've got the permission, and yeah, I guess we can go ahead with it.
You should have asked him how we opened the lock.
There's always like one question.
Captain, do you want to go and take a closer look at this?
Yeah, I think this your expertise, Captain.
If I might be so bold, if we're choosing to unlock this lock so we can get what we assume is in that sarcophagus. Actually, could I have rolled what? Did we all see the spirit, or was that just like a blade thing he had to relay to us?
No, you guys all saw the spirit exit.
All right. Can I just make an insight check for that to get a like honestly just a vibe check on this spider ghost?
Okay, yeah, for sure.
18.
Is there anything you're trying to glean in particular?
Like, does he seem? I don't know. On the level, like, does he seem like he's actually on our side, or does he seem like he's trying to bait us into unlocking this?
Kind of a little bit of both. Seemed to be excited to get the Allcaster into capable hands, but at the same time wasn't necessarily willing to just hand it to you. Almost as if it's like if you are capable, then do it type of a situation.
Fair enough. Then he'll look back at the party and just be like, if I might be so bold, rather than me try to pick a magical lock, because this thing's bound to have plenty of traps and bells and whistles and whatnot, why don't we use those chimes? And at least, if we do end up in a fight, something bad doesn't happen to somebody directly before it starts.
Yeah, that works. And I'll use a charge from the chime of opening.
And with that, all of the locks in the room pop, not just the one on the. No, I'm just fucking with you. The one lock on the glass lock, rather. It pops open, and once it's actually opened proper, it dissolves into nothingness. Like there is no longer a latch of any kind holding this sarcophagus shut. And yeah, how do you guys proceed from here?
Glader's gonna hold an action. I'm gonna hold turn unholy in case any aggressive uh, undead start attacking. He's just gonna like grip his religious, his deity's amulet around his neck and kind of just put his hand out and just be ready to cast.
Okay.
I guess since I'm the quickest one, and if I need to get out of there in a hurry, I can. I'll be the one to open up the sarcophagus. So everyone get ready. And Logus will walk up to the actual sarcophagus and just get ready to open it when everyone's ready.
Okay. Any prep anybody needs to make before this goes down?
Blade's going to go ahead and I would imagine he might still have his lute out. Just take one good strum and just say, Logus, Logus, open the sarcophagus, and give him a little bit of a inspo.
Okay, yeah. As you take an inspiration there, Logos.
And just in case, Renwick's gonna pop a potion of bless.
Okay, perfect.
And with that,
You gonna pop a bless?
I got a potion of bless at some point like a few sessions ago that it has just been chilling in my inventory. So what better time to use it than
Yeah.
in a time of potentially a giant undead battle, or also nothing. Who knows?
You never know.
All right. So, Logos, as you kind of, grip the side of this sarcophagus and, go to like heft the what looks to be a hefty lid open, it swings open without a sound and almost effortlessly, as if it was, well greased. And what you were looking at is, the far decayed remains of some like spider-like humanoid, mostly bones, tight skin drawn across the face, and it's some sort of, what was probably a fancy garb, but is no longer. And as you kind of open and stare at this, the remains, this very skeletal like spider-like structure, the head does twitch and snap and like kind of align itself with you, and out from behind its back, one of the arms produces a large glowing orb. This is like a white glowing orb, and it looks to be filled with like smoke or clouds that are just consistently rolling, never ending and moving. And it just has like a hum, like just being in the presence of this orb, this allcaster, you immediately sense that it has some sort of magical properties, as it kind of like is a palpable feeling of like energy in the room. And as this one arm kind of holds the allcaster out to you, Logos, two, three, then four other arms slowly kind of creep out of this sarcophagus and around you to the offerings on the ground, and they slowly scoop them up and begin dragging them into the sarcophagus itself. But it, still holding the orb out to you. What do you do?
I will produce a very beautiful like orchid or lily or rose or some kind of just beautiful flower and hand it to him as a thank you, and another offering, and just kind of pay my respects, and I'll take the orb.
And as you do, the bony like hands of this creature kind of reach out and grab the lid to the sarcophagus, and it closes itself inside once more.
Well, that was fucking disturbing. Um, I don't know if he's dead or not because he's still moving in there, but he seems happy, so I'm not gonna question it. And I'll kind of just take a look at the orb and kind of just maybe do like an insight on it, or just kind of what do I feel when I'm holding it?
You feel, as somebody who has a connection to magic and can cast spells, you feel powerful. You kind of look into this orb and you glean that, you can just sense the palpable energy in the air. This is the same energy you guys kind of manipulate when you cast spells and things, and it is just a focal point for some sort of like arcane power. You're unsure what it does at the moment, but go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Well, it's not bad. It's a 15 total.
So while you can't glean any specific properties off of this arcane orb, what you can tell from holding it and kind of studying it a bit is that there's no way that this thing just has one magical property. It probably has several that coincide with one another.
Um, Logus is gonna turn to the party with the orb and kind of hold it out to Logris. Um, you seem to have more affinity with magic. I can't quite glean what this is, but when you hold it, man, it makes you feel powerful.
Oh, take a look.
Yeah, give me an Arcana check.
Oh,
Can Glader kind of like walk up to Locris and take a look as well?
Oh, for sure.
Maybe like place like
advantage
a finger on it. Yeah. What's your Arcana?
+3.
No, it's the same. Take advantage.
I got 21 in that case.
With a 21, Locris, you kind of study the magical pulsing properties of this little all-caster, this arcane orb, and you get a few distinct reads on how it kind of bends and reacts to magic. So, essentially, how this orb works is you can cast a spell into the orb, and regardless of that spell being a touch or target type of a spell, anyone within visual distance, anyone who has eyes on the orb when you cast said spell on it, is then thusly affected by that spell. However, the Allcaster orb does have a single hit point. So if you were to cast, a destructive spell, say, i.e., like Fireball, it would destroy the arcane orb potentially forever. But before doing so, if you cast a fireball at an arcane orb that, say, if you put it in a crowd of people and had 1,000 people looking at it, you've just cast the fireball spell 1,000 times and sent that at 1,000 different targets. So you could see how it could be used for destruction, being that capable, but also healing. You could easily see how Tildanara could fill, say like the Chapel of Pelor with a bunch of grays, and then elevate this little orb, and then cast her spell on it, and then potentially affect as many people as she can cram into a chapel, rather than one or two people a day. But you do sense some incredible power kind of emanating from this artifact, as it will amplify any spell to whomever is in the room, or whomever can lay eyes upon it, rather. So pretty powerful weapon, pretty powerful healing artifact, and it probably has many other practical uses in the fantasy realms.
So it's
Okay,
kind
yeah,
of
we
like
need
a
to put this in.
deneuralizer, but with whatever spell you plug into it. That's cool.
Okay, we need to put this in the bag of holding.
Well, do I want to try it out? I
Do you
could
have
cast a healing spell.
That's actually a pretty great idea.
All right. Well, I mean, I can do a second level cure wounds. Anyone who sees it, let's see if it works.
I'll do you one better. I'm gonna cast a 3rd level cure wounds
Oh shit,
on
boy!
on the orb.
What?
So that's 3d8 plus 4.
Yeah, go ahead and roll that out as you kind of cast it on the orb, and you guys kind of cast your gaze upon it. Distance does not seem to be a factor. A beam of energy erupts towards each of your eyes that is cared to look on. The moment Logos' spell completes, it touches the orb and just erupts in like many directions all at once, and it heals each of you, just as before.
Everyone got 19 points.
Very nice.
Yeah, we definitely need to put that away in the bag of holding. I don't want to
Yeah,
accidentally drop it and it takes a hit point.
Renwick will take out. He's got a set of like fine clothes, the Sands of Justice clothes we had tailored, and he'll like wrap the orb up very carefully and conceal it in those, and then tuck it into the bag of holding.
Okay, yeah, you guys kind of secure your payload here as you kind of figure out how to utilize it, take care of it, tuck it away. So as you guys are kind of prepping up, what's the plan from here? What do you guys think you'll do?
How much longer do we have till the door opens again?
You guys at this point are probably like, I would say somewhere between, we'll call it 11 hours or so into your 24-hour lockdown.
Did we explore everything? Oh, we still have that room of treasure we didn't go into.
The murder room. I think we sent Archie down there so we could map it, and I don't particularly have any inkling of desire to go into a room that might trap us and kill us when we've made it so far.
Logos, you would remember kind of when you tracked Renwick to the pit or whatever. There was a long hallway you guys have yet to explore, and there was a doorway you didn't open because you were in haste to try to find Renwick. But there is more of the temple you guys have yet to explore. That's why I was asking, what do you guys think you'll do from here?
Well, we do have a side mission to finish everything. We haven't. There's a couple of places we haven't been. We have 11 hours to kill. We could do 3 hours of exploring, take a rest by the door, and be there when it opens up.
Oh, that sounds fine to me. I mean, in theory, we've only got one door we haven't opened, and one room that we mapped out, which is what we needed to do to clear, or like to. It was just to map the temple. So if we open this last door and clear that out, then I think that'll about do it. And Blade, if you've got the ability to summon us a hut, we could prop up a hut right by the door and just wait it out till we hit that period.
I believe I have enough power to muster up another one.
The ghosts kind of continue to come and go, and they leave offerings still. Some of them, stop, and a ghost lady or two kind of offer a flower to one of you guys occasionally as they kind of go about placing their offerings, ceremoniously.
Well, shall we go then? One of y'all is gonna have to show me how to get across the sand pit because I missed it.
Yeah, no, I think I got this. And Glader's just gonna walk up to the pit and just kind of stand on the edge, turn back around to face his friends, and just kind of give him like a little like 2-finger salute off his forehead and just drop backwards and just fall back onto the sand and hope it works as the excuse me, hope it works as the ghost said.
And yeah, as you kind of fall backward onto the sand, a disc of sand forms underneath you, but not before your doppelganger kind of appears and looks at your downed body and kind of cocks his head to the side. And as the doppelganger dissipates, a disc of sand rises you off of the ground and slowly carries your body back across the pit of sand towards the entrance that you had arrived in.
Before I leave the sarcophagus room, do I see the name of the champion Drider anywhere?
You do not. There are a lot of like carvings and things, but it's more like murals, paintings, and statues rather than actual like wording.
Alogus would kind of turn to Blade, and I feel kind of bad that we didn't get his name. He was a pretty powerful being that did a lot, and It would have been nice to pay him some respects outside of this temple.
You're right. It would have been nice. But this being seemed that the most important to him was getting this Allcaster in the hands that would do good. And I think that was his priority.
Logus will kind of like contemplate, because his dad was also a powerful champion, and seeing that, I mean, that's all like he kind of like felt a little intimidated, but also kind of like looked up to that because that's what Logus wants, is to be powerful like that one day, and kind of has some regret he didn't get the name of this champion, and so kind of like just sulk with that for a second, not sulk, but like kind of internalize that for a little bit, and then just follow Gladier's lead to get to the other side.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Each of you finds your own way across. I won't make you redo the sand pit to get back to the opposing side, but as you guys are kind of left at the base of this stairwell, where do you guys? What's the plan from here?
This isn't a bad place to hang out. I mean, the ghost only tried to possess us when we talked to him, so if we just hang out in our little magical hut, we might be safe.
Unless we cross another one of them godforsaken entities, the beholder.
What side of the temple is it that we haven't explored, Gladiator, on your map?
The only room we haven't looked out is the room that we think the beholder came from, where it has a little eye engraving on the door. Other than that, we've looked at every other room.
And at the top of the stairwell you guys are at currently, in your guys' haste, you knew Renwick was down, and so you followed the stairwell down. But next to the archway at the top of this stairwell is, in fact, another door that you guys have not been down.
Also, in our haste to save Renwick, we passed another door and came down the stairwell. I totally knew that, and that's what I was going to say next. Unprompted.
Yeah, the DM is technically just the voice in your head.
We were all pretty tired. It was pretty late. I think we lost Blade during that interaction too. So.
Oh, I was long fucking gone.
Yeah,
You
so
should just like
we have
retconned
two
it that
rooms.
the Blade was the one that got possessed.
Yeah, so we
I'd
had
imagine
one door. Did we see? I don't think we investigated it, so we probably didn't see the engraving on the door above the stairwell.
As you guys ran by it, it was a corked vial that was
Oh,
on
that's
the
right.
door.
Yeah.
Also, that being said, the door was on the left. The archway that led to the stairway was on the left, and you guys did not continue down that direction. So you currently have, the beholder room, another like an uncorked vial room that you guys have not explored, and there is another hallway that you guys have not made it to the end of. So. There, you haven't quite completed the map, but close, I guess.
Well, at the very least, should we check out this uncorked vial room?
Yeah, it's part of our
Sure.
job to check every room.
I think
I
it's
think
important to say that moving forward, we just have to map every room. So let's not overextend ourselves. If we need to, we back out. As long as we can map it, that was the job.
And sending one of you two and pointing at Renwick and Logus.
I'd say for that room we think the beholder came out of, just cap at the end of the hallway and say, yeah, that's the end of it. It's not like they're going to check up before they award us.
Yeah, but on the other side, a room of beholdering is in. There might be some cool shit in there.
Unless the treasure room was his cool shit.
Well, I mean, if we've already cleared the beholder out, then what's the harm? And if we pass back by, we'll just look in the room real quick.
Well, we'd have to come all the way out of the central hallway and all the way down the right hallway again. But we do have 11 hours to kill, so it's not like we're pressing on time.
That's fair. Worst case scenario, just draw a square next to it, and we'll say that there's a room there.
Well, yeah, I mean, why don't we just take a rest here? We'll we'll get our sleep in, and then technically we'll still have 3 hours to investigate the remainder of the room before that door pops open.
Oh man, we're right here. Why don't we just check the cork room real quick, and there could be some cool shit behind there. Captain, you want to pick the lock, or should I?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Has it been an hour since I popped that potion, Sean?
We'll say cutting it close, 45 minutes or so.
Heard. First roll's a 29, second roll's a 25. So 29 lockpick.
Oh, so as you kind of you guys go run up the stairs, and the nearest door is the one with the corked vial etched into it. As you kind of approach to pick the lock, Renwick, 4 dials are expertly laid upon the door. Each dial displays one letter of the alphabet. Currently, all 4 dials are set to the letter A. Answering, it looks like it's a word or something to open the lock. It's not a typical pickable situation.
Oh, okay. I guess.
The label on this corked vial, as you kind of inspect the door, it reads as follows. I am found in the night, never the day, a way to cast darkness and keep light at bay. I hold power unseen, giving shape to shadows, a magician's dream. What am I?
Can you drop the language of that in chat so we don't have to keep
Yeah,
asking you to repeat it?
I was going to do that for sure.
And then can I inspect the letters? Like what 4 letters, or I guess like what letters are available on the knobs, or is it a full alphabet
Full
on
alphabet.
each knob? Okay.
4-letter word, full alphabet.
All right. All right.
I'm just going to type it out one more time. Give me just a sec. I'll drop it into the chat for you. I'll read it out one more time while I'm typing it. I am found in the night, never the day. A way to cast darkness and keep light at bay. I hold power unseen, giving shape to shadows. A magician's dream. What am I?
My guess would be hand. Like shape to shadow would be shadow puppets. A magician's dream, magicians effectively use their hands for everything. I don't know if that fits everything though.
I'm waiting for him to type it out because I keep forgetting certain
Yeah,
parts.
yeah. I'm going off the last two. Found in the night, never in the day. Okay, maybe not then. A way to cast our way to day.
Okay, sorry. I was like trying to hunt and peck. It was hard to read my notes and type at the same time. But once again, I'll read it out for you. I am found in the night, never the day, a way to cast darkness and keep light at bay. I hold power unseen, giving shape to shadows, a magician's dream. What am I?
Could it be the moon? Perhaps.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Moon.
Is that what you punch into the?
I think it
I
might
mean,
be dark.
Dark was the other one.
Yeah, I think moon. So they're found in the night and never in the day. You don't see the moon during the day. I mean, sometimes you do, but stereotypically you don't.
I
They
see
cast
every.
shadows because at night it's the only light in the darkness. But they also keep light at bay because I guess they're
What
at
the hell
night.
is a moon? A magician's dream.
Who will hold power unseen? I mean, the moon controls the tides. You
yeah.
don't really see that power, but it's power unseen. I mean,
It's
I
probably
mean,
best that you lot stand
yes.
back. Everybody back at least 30 feet, and Renwick will use Mage Hand from 30 feet away to punch in Moon.
Then, as you punch in the words moon, the locking mechanism disengages and the door creaks open just a bit.
2 for 2 on these.
Hell yeah.
Feeling good. All right. He will very carefully, looking for traps as he does, move forward and open the door. Take a look inside.
As you look in, a short, dark hallway leads into the darkness before taking a sharp right. An eerie pink and purple glow can be seen coming from that direction, but you will have to go down the hallway and take the right in order to get a better view.
I've been the meat shield this whole time, even though we got a beefy boy here. I guess I will go down first and see what it is.
And it's worked as a pair so far, so I suppose I'll keep you company.
Okay, go ahead and I guess give me some perception checks as you guys make your way down this hall.
That's an 11. I think I spent all my good luck in a sand room.
Man, on D&D Beyond came in clutch. I don't think I rolled under 17 in the sand room, but I rolled a 26 perception.
26, very nice. Okay. So, upon peering into this, you go down this hallway and look around the corner here. Upon peering into this stone room, you notice a higher ceiling than the hall, as well as you discover the source of this glow. Several large, glowing purple mushrooms line the walls here. A couple strips of glowing mushrooms also appear like centered in the room. These mushrooms stand roughly 3 feet in height and are not alone. Faintly glowing ferns and bushes seem to pulse a faint red light and also seem to like hug the base of these kind of large glowing mushrooms, creating like a dense foliage around them. From beneath this foliage, a long snaking black vines seem to stretch across the floors, the walls, and the ceilings. The occasional pulse of a glowing green vein can be seen within them. Also, at random intervals, this black vine looks to produce small, glowing white flowers. This room is dimly lit and smells like wet and dank, and small patches of mold in various places occasionally pulse with dim light, each of them different colors. Logos, with that high of a perception check, you notice that most of this foliage and these mushrooms and things and these vines seem to be growing out of like a kind of mulch. And as you kind of look a little harder, kind of inspecting this situation, this mulch that they're growing out of looks to be like maybe it was furniture at some point, while it is now little more than like splintered and rotting wood. You can see, an occasional fastener here or a nail there, and soon you also spot, several broken like beakers and vials for like glass and things, and you quickly deduce with that kind of a perception check that this was probably an alchemist's lab or something akin to that. There's a lot of like broken glass and splintered wood everywhere. Lots of funky colored molds kind of glowing around the room. You also notice like up underneath a lot of these foliage and plants and mushrooms and things, there seem to be like pooled liquids of varying colors that just kind of glow ever so faintly, like maybe several potions mixed together somehow to make some awful concoction. You're not sure. But yeah, that's kind of what you get as you guys look in. Lots of like dense, glowing, bioluminescent mushrooms and ferns and things.
What do you think? Should we try to eat one?
For it, nature boy. I'm out on the chemical stuff.
Yeah, I'm more of the
Yeah.
seafaring type, so this seems to be more your purview there, bud. And he'll kind of nudge Logus forward.
Can I walk up to one of the mushrooms and like get a closer look at it?
Yeah, for sure. You wanna? What are you trying to glean from the mushroom, particularly? Anything like I guess a survival check?
Survival. It's a 15 survival. I'm trying to see like if it's like, is it natural or is it safe to consume type deal?
It's definitely not natural, and you are pretty sure that it is poisonous. That it definitely has some sort of poisonous properties as you're kind of inspecting it.
Logos are kind of call back to the party. Yeah, these are most definitely poisonous. Um, Maybe we could pick them and use them. Do I know if they're poisonous to eat or to the like touch as well?
If you eat them, they will probably kill you. They are very, very poison.
Okay, add on, they are extremely poisonous. Like eating one of these will more than likely kill you instantly. Can I touch it? Like, would I be able to pick it?
Yeah, you could harvest some of this mushroom for sure.
Locus, since you're more of our chaotic member, I can most definitely pick some of these mushrooms, and they are extremely poisonous. I mean, might come useful in some capacity at some point.
Yeah, I think I could take some and make somebody a very special pizza.
Okay, Locust will very carefully pick a couple of these mushrooms and kind of wrap them in a rag and hand them to Locust so he can put them in the bag of holding.
Okay.
Didn't Sean say they're like 3 foot tall mushrooms, or are there a variety of them?
They're like 3 foot tall mushrooms.
Damn.
So
So
you
do I
take
just can
a
I
little bit
just
of one mushroom.
yeah, could I like do I have to like hack it down or could I just like hack off a piece of the mushroom cap?
Your call. You could harvest the entire thing, or just take a large portion out of it. Out of the cap, whatever you prefer.
How much would I get if I harvest the whole thing?
It's about a 10-pound mushroom if you take the whole mushroom.
Yeah, Locust, I'll leave it up to you. Do you want me to take the whole 10 pounds of mushroom or do you just want some?
Take the whole 10 pounds if you're already working on it.
All right. Well, I will work on harvesting this mushroom. Perhaps y'all would want to take a look around, see what else is in here, and I'll start working on the mushroom.
All right, Logos. As you're kind of working on this mushroom, kind of sawing it down, your passive perception is so high up there. You notice something right away in the middle of the room, all by itself. For some reason, nobody noticed it until just now. There is a single platinum coin floating at about eye level, and it is just floating, not moving, just kind of remaining still. Nothing seems to be touching it. It's just hovering about eye level.
So Locust will kind of like just like working on this thing and kind of like glance up and see that and huh. Captain Locust, do you see that coin floating in the air or is the mushrooms getting to me?
Well, I assume we see it after he points it out.
Correct. A single platinum coin floating at about eye level to Logos, just kind of hovering in the center of this room.
We're all agreed that that's a trap, right? Like, there's no way that's not a trap. A single floating coin in a room of glowing plant life, poisonous mushrooms.
Yeah. I'd say wait until he's done. We step out and then mage hand the coin.
That seems like a logical conclusion.
Actually, if you would like to get the lantern off, well, Logos will stop working on the mushroom for a second and take out the lantern and kind of turn it back on and um, see if he sees anything with the lantern revealing.
With the lantern of revealing kind of being shown over the area, you for sure reveal something unseen before. The center of this floating coin, this floating coin is at the center of a large gelatinous mass, a cube that you previously did not notice, almost completely transparent, and it is hovering in just the center of the room, waiting for wary adventurers.
Okay. Logos is kind of like stare at it for a second and look back at the party. Uh, we all see that, right? So nobody reached for the coin. Um, and then I'm gonna hand the lantern to Renwick. If it starts moving, let me know. I'm gonna try to finish this mushroom.
Yeah, he'll keep the lantern on the gelatinous cube. I should be like, when he's done with harvesting that mushroom, does anybody have any interest in fighting this thing? Because if so, we could stand by the door and kite it. They're pretty damn slow, and I can actually probably slow it down even more. Or we could just take this mushroom, call this room a win, mark it on the map, and on to the next one.
I mean,
it
I've been
seems
hard up for cash, but I haven't been hard up for 10 gold
Yeah.
lately.
Do we see anything else in the cube? Is it literally just a platinum coin?
A single platinum coin kind of floats in the center, but nothing else. Everything else must have already been dissolved.
If I make a quick pass around the like a almost like a scan with the lantern and then shift back to the cube, do I see anything else in the lantern light?
With that, go ahead and give me, we'll call it an investigation check, so you kind of make a quick sweep of the room.
That is a
well,
5.
could I make an insight to see if this cube is the reason this room fell apart in the first place?
Go ahead, give me an insight check. What was that, Renwick, a 5?
Yup.
As far as you can tell, Renwick, lots of broken bottles that seem, possibly beakers and things that may have contained potions at one time. There's several different growing colors of mold. There's several different puddles on the ground that seem to be, almost like gasoline on water. It's just like a rainbow plethora of colors and things you don't glean anything in particular, but you can clearly tell that this is probably the remains of an alchemist lab or something of the like. What was your
I
insight,
got a
Lewis?
17 insight.
You could tell that the room, as far as you from traveling around in this area, this little temple, this room is blessedly free of debris. There's no dust or cobwebs here. So it looks like maybe the gelatinous cube has kept the room clean and free of debris. But it doesn't look like there's nothing to give you an indication that thinks like maybe this cube trashed the room or anything.
I don't know. I kind of feel bad for the cube. He's just waiting here for someone to go into the trap. He's not aggressive. Yeah, maybe he's trapped in here himself. Maybe he doesn't want to be here.
Okay, Logan, you are forming way too many emotional connections to things that just would rather kill you.
Renwick pulls out the decanter, speaks geyser, and launches Logus into the cube.
I'm too quick. I'm too quick for that.
Oh, so you want to launch Logus into the cube, eh?
No, that was a
Oh, come
joke.
on.
I don't know. I don't know if he wants to kill me. I feel like if he really wanted to kill us, he would be more aggressive. But he's not.
Okay, then go give it scritches.
There's a difference between not killing things for the sake of killing things and realizing that it's not aggressive. I mean,
Well, I
maybe
didn't
it
think
was
we were going
displaced
to
here.
fight it. If it was loaded with treasure, then yeah, we might consider it. But for one platinum piece, I just say we get the mushroom and get the hell out of here.
There might be something worthwhile on that alchemist table, but
Yeah,
that's really about all I'm seeing here.
Logos would have wanted to make sure, like, do one little pass around the room and, while keeping an eye on the cube, but, like, make sure there's nothing else we're missing in here.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation check. So you can walk around, Logos.
Oh, no. It's my first shit roll. That is a 4.
With a 4, you don't really find anything of use. Nothing but broken glass, splintered wood, and these odd like funguses and vines and ferns and things that seem to grow here, but nothing of particular use.
Yep, looks all clear to me. So as I'm moving, is the cube just like staying put, or it's not making like any move at us at all?
It's moving, but very slowly, like inches per minute. It's not acting too terribly aggressive at the moment.
Put on a whole show. Well, I guess there's nothing in here. Maybe we should leave and then just leave. Oh, and then I'll hand the mushroom to Locust. I wrapped it up in rags and stuff, and so he could put it in the bag of holding.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, make sure to write it down in your inventory. And so you guys kind of conglomerate at the door here as this gelatinous cube slowly kind of inches its way around this room. What do you guys do from here?
I think we should learn our lesson from the first time, and we should close that door. And Locust will kind of slam the door shut so that cube doesn't make its way when we're trying to rest or something.
Okay, yeah. As you shoo the party back into the hallway and close the door behind you, the locking mechanism re-engages, and you guys find yourself once again in a long, dark, dusty corridor.
Well,
What do
I
you think,
believe
Captain?
there's
Should
one
we
room we
take our
don't want to go in and one hallway we haven't explored yet, by my count.
well, do y'all want to take a rest now or after we search those rooms?
Or the common thing has been go search the hallway and then just camp out in front of that door. So once it opens, we're ready to rush through. So let's take a quick look down that hallway and then we could go camp.
I'm good with that. It's not like we really used anything in this last room.
All right. Now that like the dungeons feeling a little safer and we're a little more used to it, um, Locust will probably like be a little more quicker and heading back towards the other room since he knows where all the traps are and all the down the corridor and try to get back to the beholder room as quickly as possible.
Oh, okay. So the party is traveling back to the door you guys opened without exploring or anything, kind of by the treasury room.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, for sure. You guys make your way back down to the room that Gladier had pretty much thoroughly destroyed the door with a firm kick. Flip right here. Yeah, the single eye is expertly etched into this stone door. You guys had already opened it and revealed a short hallway into the darkness that takes like a sharp left. As you guys like cautiously approach and kind of peering into this room reveals a floor covered wall to wall with bones, mostly broken, snapped, or crushed. Most of them are clearly humanoid, and it looks like in the center of this room there is like a circular spot that is like blessedly free of debris, bones, and everything. Like a nice little resting spot of possibly a beholder, you think? potentially. And on the far side of this room, you do see it's almost like a trophy case, floor to ceiling, solid glass, and behind it, it looks like it's almost like tinted glass. You can't quite see through it, official, but there is like a small door on the front of it. And so that's as far as you could tell. This was probably the Beholder's lair, but on the far side of the room there is this like sheet of glass with this glass wall, and glass door.
So there's
I
a
just want to take
whole
a look at
like,
the glass.
so it's just a glass wall and door at the end of the beholder room.
Correct. On the far wall from the entrance, across this a room filled with bones and debris, there is a glass display case that takes up basically the entire wall.
Well, I guess stay true to what's been working. Logus will go ahead and go forward to see what is behind the glass wall.
As you kind of approach, you have to get pretty close to actually see in. In fact, you'd probably have to like lean up on the glass and like cup around your eyes to kind of see through the tint. But as you look in, there looks to be 3 pedestals. Upon the middle one, there looks to be a very elaborate looking glass key. To the right of this glass key is what looks to be a golden trident, kind of hovering on this above this pedestal, and to the left of this key, it looks to be a cloak that is placed on a like marble statuette, and these 3 items are just kind of hoover above these pedestals as you kind of look in.
What was that
That-
third item?
A cloak.
That
cloak,
trident
a
and
trident
cloak
and a key.
was the trident and cloak were part of the special items given to the arachnid
And I'm
hero.
willing to bet that that elaborate glass key was probably for that crystal lock.
Probably a safe bet.
Well, at least we get to keep the key now. That's going to be fancy.
Yeah, should check out that trident and cloak. I imagine they gotta have some benefit to them.
So the glass door just opens? We can go in there and get this stuff?
You try the door?
Captain, you want to check it for traps?
Yeah, I got you, buddy. That is a 17.
As far as you can tell, not trapped.
And he'll try the handle.
Also not locked. The door opens silently with a swoosh and allows access.
I suppose I will just step inside to gather these items.
Death saves. No, I'm just kidding. As you kind of step into it, Renwick, you still have the little bit of the identification spell rolling on you from the Sphinx's riddle. So as you kind of come upon these items, you instantly know what their magical properties are. The trident is the trident of the wave. This item has a +2 to hit and a +2 to damage. If you score a critical hit with this weapon, an additional 2d12 necrotic damage can be added after your critical hit damage. Tuning this weapon also allows the wielder to speak, read, and write Aquan, as well as cast Speak with Animals once per day. Attuning this weapon also adds proficiency to use it. Approaching this cloak. This cloak is known as the Cloak of Sentient Movement. Attuning to this increases your walking speed by 10 feet. Also, while attuned to this object, your dexterity ability score increases by 2, as long as it doesn't exceed 24. Also, while attuned, animals within 30 feet of you are hostile to you. Also, the artifact houses a bodiless life force that is hostile towards you. Each time you attune this item, you age 3d10 years and must pass a con save or die from shock. Dying in this way causes the entity within the cloak to possess the body, making the character an NPC until the remedy is found.
Burn that cloak.
I'll type.
Did you say that's
I'll type all that up and drop it in the feed, but probably
okay?
not.
Yeah,
Not right.
I think I
at
got
the
most
second.
of it, but I just want to clarify.
Yeah, go ahead for sure.
No, it's all good. If you're dropping it in chat, I'll just check back on my my notes there to confirm that I got it all. But that is pretty sick. So, and then the key, I assume, was in fact the key that opens the sarcophagus. So we just now
Correct.
have like an ornate glass key.
Correct.
Word. Does it still have its magical properties?
It does not have any magical properties, unfortunately. Not with the lock
Okay.
destroyed, unfortunately.
Just making sure. Yeah, he'll turn around to the party and just hold them all up and be like, "Well, the key is really more of just I guess, a souvenir for us at this point." And he pops it into the bag of holding, and then he holds up the cloak and he says, "Oh, I'm pretty sure this fucking thing is cursed, but it makes you pretty quick, and it does make you a little bit more dexterous, but it's got a lot of downsides. So I'm willing to bet that none of you want to put this on." And he options it to the party.
Well, Locris, do you think you could perhaps remove the curse?
I am guessing that that particular curse is going to be above my pay grade.
I'm also guessing that because it has all those benefits, you're not going to be able to remove the curse without removing the benefits. I mean, all right, taking it out of character, it makes sense that this thing is just awful to you because it, like, in theory, it would push me up to 22 dexterity and give me 35 movement speed at the cost of a lot. But, like, that's a powerful fucking item.
You could die from shock from wearing that cloak. Not worth it.
You could. Um, I think we also have a potion that negates aging or like reverses aging. I'd have to look back, but I vaguely remember that happening.
Yeah, that's the potion that contains what's left of Gladier's sister.
Yep, that's the one.
Gladiator, I hate to ask, buddy, but
Who's got the highest con? And he holds up the cloak.
I think it'd be Gladiator.
Stand close to Gladier. He's got
Well,
an aura. Or if Gladier
Gladiator,
wants the cloak.
Gladiator, all you gotta do is drink your sister and wear that cloak, and you'll be a little faster, buddy.
Well, he only has to drink his sister if he ages too much, to be fair.
Well, technically, don't Dragonborn only live like 80 years?
Yeah, but he's
80.
young, you know. Like
He'll
what
be 50 if he rolls max. Isn't it 3d10 or something?
it's 3d10. Yeah, I mean he would be middle aged, and then he could use the potion. But in theory, he could roll like a couple years, and he could just like look a little bit more dignified. Maybe get a
Technically,
couple of
30
gray
years,
scales.
30
I
years
say
for an
we
elf is nothing.
we just highlight the positives, downplay the negatives, and we sell the bitch when we get back to town. Get a
I think we
10% bonus
destroy it.
to it.
That cloak should not be allowed to be in the land. It possesses people. I think we owe it as knights to destroy
I
it or
didn't
make
say
sure
we
it never sees the light
we
of
can
day,
sell it
Loker.
to a museum.
Renwick just folds up the cloak and stuffs it in a bag, and he says, "That sounds like this is a conversation for another day." And then he holds up the trident and he says, "Now, does anybody have a particular interest in this? Just given my affinity to the water and whatnot, I do like the sound of a trident, but I'm also happy with my rapier. If anybody else would prefer it, particularly."
Well, I'm interested, but I'm not demanding of it.
Shall we roll off for it?
I mean, I'll take a look at the trident as well.
I mean, if you
No,
attune to it,
Gladiator.
actually, who has attunement slots available or is willing to give one up for something?
Logos would have
Well,
bowed out. He has no need for a trident.
I'll take the trident. No, I'm kidding. I'm out.
I think the dagger of venom is attuned, so I'd be switching out one weapon for the other.
Sean, a trident is a versatile weapon, right? So it can be one-handed or two-handed. The two-handed just bumps it from like a D8 to a D10 or a D6 to a
A
D8.
D6 to a D8.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
gotcha,
D6 to
gotcha.
D8, correct.
I mean, it seems like it would benefit either of us pretty equally. Because the +2 and the potential crit damage would offset my D8 rapier going down to a D6. So I'm pretty interested in that. And also just because I like the image of a halfling with a magical trident and a tentacle hand. But do you want to roll off for that then, Chris? If everybody else is out, or is Gladiator in on the roll off too?
All right,
Um,
what's the specs on it again?
So it is a +2 to hit and damage. On a crit, it does a bonus 2d12 necrotic. It allows you to speak, read, and write Aquan. You get speak with animals once a day, and anybody becomes proficient with it if you attune to it.
I'm already running with a magic bonus to a weapon, so I will respectfully bow out for you.
Gladiator is gonna be like, "Nah, I'm still in. Let's roll."
I mean, I like the image of either of us with the trident. So if you're interested in it, I'm happy to just take it to the dice. And if not, then so be it.
Yeah, I mean, like right now, I just have a +1 basic weapon.
Yeah, same here.
So
My
What
rapier is just a
damage
flat
does your
+1.
Kopes do?
it's versatile as well. So it's D8 one-handed, D10 two-handed.
Oh, that's already stronger than what this would be.
Didn't we find a great sword? Like
I think we sold all those a while back.
Because the trident's a D6 going to a with a D8 if you use two hands. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
your weapon's already a D8 going to a D10 if you use two hands. So even with the offset bonus, you'd basically just be getting back to where you were.
yeah,
You'd have to use two hands to do it.
yeah. No, you can. That's all you, Renwick.
Come on,
All right.
BT boy. It's his
Well-
arc. Let him have it.
He'll wrap his tentacles around the trident and just kind of get used to it, check the balance on it. And it's a bit of a different weapon, you know. So he just kind of nods at you, and then he looks down and he takes off his ring. And if I'm not mistaken, who's the only other person that has a ring?
Low, Chris.
All right. Well, of the three of you, whichever you think would benefit most from having a ring again, and he'll hand his Sands of Justice ring to whoever would like to take it, because he's going to unattune so that he can attune to the trident.
Nice, getting your weapon on for sure.
And question. So I'm missing 1 HP from when we originally built those rings. When I unattune, do I get that ring or that point back, or is it when the ring busts? So I'm basically giving like 1 HP in that ring to somebody, and then when they use it and it breaks, does that go back to me? How does that
not
work?
if you are not the knight wearing it. It will increase whoever dies with it on their finger. Essentially, will get the boons from the situation.
Heard. Well, I guess Renwick will look around and just be like, whichever one of you takes this, we'll have a little piece of me.
Everybody looks awkwardly away.
You
I
can
have 3 things I'm attuned to already.
Well, if nobody wants it, I'll put it back in my pocket and I'll save it for a rainy day. I just
I
figured
could
that
just-
one of you might like to have a ring again in case we need to communicate.
I just keep on wearing it. It's still a nice ring, and we could always talk about that later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll just unattune and then I'll keep wearing it unless anybody decides they want it. But it's there should you change your minds.
Yeah, if the need arises, we can switch some stuff around for communication purposes.
All right.
All right, so cloak in the bag, glass key in the bag. I'll take the trident, and what does that leave us with? Just that one room, the murder room. We didn't want to go in, but we mapped out using Archie, or
And go
is there
crit
one
on
other thing?
someone with your new trident.
Dude, if I can proc sneak attack on top of Hex, on top of Trident crit, like, can you imagine?
God
With the
Slayer right
necrotic,
there.
with the necrotic damage double on a crit as well.
No,
It's
it's
all
2d12
rolled dice, isn't it?
after the
Oh, okay.
crit damage is done, but it's still
Still.
2d12.
Yeah, potentially 24 extra damage.
So I think at this point, since everything's already mapped out and we're done, we would probably go to the beginning and probably take our rest, right? Or
I
do we
agree with
want to
that.
check out the murder room?
Set up that tiny hut and sleep.
I don't even know if we have to set up the tiny hut. I think we've cleared everything. Oh, we do have 2 death knights that are trying to get out. Yeah, put the hut up.
Yeah.
You'd rather be safe than sorry.
Blade, do you have enough spell slots to manifest that hut one more time?
I do. I do have enough slots for that.
So we're just going to set up the hut right outside of the main entrance, keeping in mind that there is that fire trap there, so be careful, people. And then, yeah. So we have a general time frame, so we know when to watch for the door to open. So I think that's good. Yeah, we mapped everything. Unless you guys can think of anything else we could possibly do down here, but I think that wraps it up.
No, we could check out the murder room. Throwing it out there.
If you want to check out the murder room, you are more than welcome to walk in the murder room, and I will stand protectively on the outside.
For the record, you guys never came to the end of the central corridor. The stairs and the vial door that you guys went in. That was only roughly maybe halfway down the corridor or so. There is a portion of this temple you have not explored.
Oh, okay. In that case, yeah, we're trying to clear the temple, so I think do you guys want to try to squeeze in a rest now while we're in the cleared out beholder room, and then
No, I
move
think
back?
anybody needs a rest. Does anybody
Yeah,
need a rest?
rest before we check out any other potentially dangerous rooms.
I've got full health, but like a long rest would probably do us some good.
I have like no spells left.
Yeah, exactly.
No, okay. Yeah,
I
let's
figure the
rest.
casters are probably hurting, but like I'm fine on health. I could go into a battle and be fine, but the casters are probably getting low. I know, um, like warlocks have a limited number of spells, but you probably got some back on a short rest. So I don't know. Where's everybody
Oh,
at with that? Do we want the long rest while we are in a cleared out room we know is safe?
so the thing is, we're at what? Probably 10 hours before the door opens, 8 hours for a long rest, 2 hours to hope we get done with everything else when we don't even know how much room is left.
Yeah, we could potentially be stuck here another 24 hours if we miss our window.
If we're going to map it, I'd say we're almost better just trying to get done.
We
That
did
way,
What
if
if
finish
we
this
have
world.
8 hours, great, but
well, Blade, what if you send Archie down the hallway? If there's nothing down there, cool, it's mapped. If there's something down there, then we can make the call as to whether or not we move forward and risk it in the time frame or take a long rest.
Oh, I'm sure I can do it. It might take a little convincing, but sure I could.
Okay, so what's the plan?
Shall I send forth Archie then?
to just in front of the door to exit, and you send Archie from there.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I mean, Archie can handle himself.
Okay, yeah. You go ahead and give me a perception check for Archie as you send him down this central corridor.
All right, Archie. Oh, shit, an 8.
So just past kind of the stairs where you guys came up, where the room with the corked vial was, you continue on. Archie continues on rather, and he notices up ahead an eerie kind of thick fog seems to fill the corridor itself. And as Archie kind of sails through it, go ahead and give me a charisma saving throw for Archie.
No, I can imagine that's not going to fare good for an owl. Oh no. Okay. Um. So that would be a 4.
This is gonna be rough. So Archie sails through this foggy corridor, and as he's kind of sailing, and you're looking through his eyes, another owl comes out of nowhere and comes from the opposite direction. They almost collide. He spins and turns about. Archie looks around for the owl and sees that the owl also confused, almost crash landing into one another. They both swoop back for a second look, and Archie looks to be looking upon Archie, weirdly enough, like almost like a doppelganger of sorts. The fog Archie looks confused, looks lost, and with that, your connection to Archie is dispersed. Archie takes roughly 40 psychic damage.
Yeah, that'll get rid of him.
Archie poofs, and your connection is broken once again, and you are kind of back with your party, figuring out what to do from here.
Oh, well, that was a little confusing. As Archie was flying, he came across this fog, and it seemed to be there was another owl, another Archie. It looked just like him. That little, he just had that something about him. It looked just like him. But then I lost connection with him.
Well, luckily for us, our friend here, and he pats Gladiator, happens to be pretty good at keeping us safe. Gives off a real calming aura, if you know what I mean. So maybe we'll have better luck than Archie moving down this hallway.
Yeah, I mean, I love Archie, but he doesn't have the best abilities in that.
Yeah, but are we planning on resting first before we go down this hallway, or are we just trucking on through?
I think due to your lack of spells and really not knowing what's down there, we should have everyone at full strength before we head into the unknown.
I mean, and this thing was an exact copy of Archie. I mean, who knows? There'd be more than sand replicas that we saw in the pit there. Who knows?
So Mr. wants to search the death room, wants to wait now?
Well, maybe he's finally coming to his senses. I think it's time to rest.
I would just hate to not have the paladin at full strength, not knowing what we're walking into.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to die. Which
Well,
is fair.
Mr. Beefy Boy, I've played more tank in this dungeon than you have.
Well, that's not out of intelligence. That's out of just sheer gusto.
What do you think, Mr. Paladin? Do you want to rest before we go in, or are you good with pushing on?
I think I need a nap. I think we all need at least a little bit of recovery time before we start moving on to the next death mirror type situation.
Well, Blade, if you've got enough left in you to summon us a hut, I think it's about time that we all get a good snooze in.
And with that, Blade will start. I'm imagining.
Okay, yeah. As you use your magic to summon another hut, and the lot of the party kind of beds down and prepares to take another long rest. I think that's probably the best stopping point we've got for the time being, fellas.
We almost made it out of the dungeon.
So close.
So close.
It's a lot of fucking rooms. I feel like we're doing pretty decent with it, but
I tried to make it. I tried to make it hard when I told you to made it like a side quest to map the whole thing. Like I made sure it would get your money's worth.
Well,
you,
that sand trap took a while.
It's been intense.
yeah, it's been a lot, but in a very good way.
Definitely in a good way.
Like, this is my first true dungeon crawl, and it did not disappoint. Like, there's been a little bit of everything, like traps, riddles, a fucking sphinx, a beholder, undead, like crazy murals,
Well,
magical
we've
items.
had
It's been fucking awesome.
a gelatinous cube, mimics, beholder. Those are all what? First gen.
Death
All that's
Knight.
missing now is a displacer beast to round it all out.
That's what's in the fog.
Yep. Then we've hit them all.
God damn.
It's been a rowdy dungeon when I forgot we've had that whole encounter with the Sphinx.
Yeah,
Because
we've been in this dungeon for 4 weeks now.
Well, 2
Yeah, this will be
sessions.
the 2.5 sessions or so.
Yeah.
Oh, goddamn.
I remember the Death Knights, the Beholder, the Mimics, and then you said something about the ability we got from the Sphinx. And I was like, oh yeah, we did fucking face off the Sphinx and the shit.
And Renwick, you're on top of it with those damn riddles, man. You're fucking killing it. I'm gonna have to tell Chat
I'm
GPT
in a
to try
fucking sweet
harder.
spot, man. Feeling good. I feel smart for once. It's nice.
The whole thing about the moon threw me off with the magician's dreams.
I just had to
That's-
ignore that part. If I ignored
Same.
that
I
part,
thought
the
it
rest
had
of
something to
made
do
sense.
with like the man in the moon somehow because it's like a man on the moon. I don't know.
Oh, interesting. Hey,
That
either
made
way,
me think like wand. Like, I don't know.
So that was fun.
great fucking session, boys. But I'm gonna get off here and get some rest because tomorrow is gonna be a long day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, boys, take it easy. I'll talk to you guys next week.
All right, guys.
Have a good night.
Thanks, Aaron.
Later.
Sounds good. Have a good night, guys.